Ah! So Monday morning in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
All right, buddy.
What's going on for you, my buddy?
It's going good, buddy.
17 degrees right now. It'll be the warmest day we've had in a long time today. 34 degrees is your high, and it'll get up into the 40s, mid-40s later on in the week.
All right.
So we got that going for us. We've got all day to get into this post-game Monday, which we will, because there's a lot to get into here. But I think the experience of the stadium last night, I need you guys to settle something for me.
Sure.
So, I was there last night.
Yeah.
And the place was electric. It was awesome, star-studded event. We're going to talk about that later in the show. But I take my brother. I take my brother with my extra ticket.
Yeah.
Okay? And he's going to drive. And one of his buddies is in the car too. So I'm after the game's over. Nobody left that stadium until the final moment. Obviously, right? You never leave a Chiefs-Bills game early ever. So it legit took 45 minutes to get from our seats just to the outside of the stadium.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Then we had
Everybody left at the same time.
Yeah.
There was no leaving early from that one.
So then we're about a mile and a half from the stadium where we parked. So
Yeah.
we got this other hike to get back up there, and I've never seen traffic so bad in my life leaving
Really?
that game last night. So we get to the car, take a leak real quick, because we had a long ride home, and we get in, and it took us a full hour just to get out of the tiny little parking lot we were in.
Wait, so that's 2 hours?
Yeah. So we walked out of the stadium at 10:15, and we didn't get to the highway probably until quarter to midnight.
God damn, man. You should have been home.
It was rough. It was a rough one. But so we get to the car, take a leak, right? Everybody does their thing.
Yeah.
We don't get to the highway for 90 minutes. So as soon as we get on the highway now, I got to pee again.
Yeah.
Now let me just set the scene for you.
Yeah.
My body is exhausted.
Sure.
Right. You got the Apple Watch. I know you don't have it now. You guys don't do.
No.
I had burned 1,700 calories just from walking
In case
around
you were
and jumping.
wondering.
Well, no. The point I'm trying to make is my body is shot.
Wait.
Yeah.
Do you work out?
Yesterday I was working out a ton, Kimmy.
Wow.
And my same-day hangover has kicked in.
Yeah.
Right? That's the worst. And my winter boots that I hadn't worn in 2 years disintegrated on me.
Yeah, that's...
That is the weirdest thing.
Yeah, it looks like you burnt them or something.
Bro, they just
I've
fell
never
apart.
heard of a pair of boots just exploding.
Falling apart.
I had to duct tape them. It was like the weirdest thing. So I'm in the back of the car, and I go, hey, Ryan, look, I got to pee. What do you want to do? If I'm not stopping, we're going to go home.
Oh, he's driving. Okay.
Yeah, he's driving. I'm in the back seat. Now, look, I'm the one that's got to do a morning show in 45 minutes. Hey, let's calm down with the attitude, buddy.
Yeah.
I go, all right, listen, I'm going to pee. I go, here are the options. I go, we're doing 5 miles an hour. So I go, I can get out on the 90. I can just pee on the side of the road. I'll run up. And, no. I don't want anyone to hit my door. Not my brother, my door. I go, all right.
Yeah, seriously.
I go, okay, all right. I go, look, I can just hang it out the window while you're going slow.
That's going to... What kind of car is it?
What do you mean? It's like a small SUV.
Wait.
Crossover.
That was an option in your
How?
head?
What do
Pee
you
out
mean?
the window?
Arc it out?
Well, I'll get on my knees, and then I'll hang it out
Yeah,
the
but you
wall,
could
open the
expose
window.
You're gonna
yourself to somebody.
You're going to get it all over yourself.
Well,
You get it all over the car or
I've done
something
this
else.
before. And by the way,
Wait, you've peed in a moving car. Peed out the window of a moving vehicle.
leaving Bills games? Yeah.
I've
okay.
never-
No, you just
I didn't
look,
know
no,
this was a thing.
It's simple. I mean, maybe
this is new to me.
Maybe I have longer legs than you. I mean, I get it. You got baby legs.
It would be easier for me to do it than you because I don't take up much space. It'd be easier for me to pee out a window than you.
No, I've got it down to a science. So the head goes sideways to fit in. I get on my knees. I had overalls on. That would have been a hard thing to do. I had to undo the overalls, right? But and then you just hang it out the window and go.
But
And
what if it's a little windy? It doesn't blow back at you.
And it was windy.
it's
Yeah.
all about the angle. You got to go corner. It's like shooting a pool shot.
Yeah.
Corner pocket outside there, so you don't get any blowback.
All right.
And he goes, no, don't do that. You're gonna peel over my car. I go, all right. He goes, here. He hands me this long, skinny Pepsi bottle.
Okay.
And he goes, pee in this. And I go, Ryan,
That ain't going to hold.
and not
You
only
got to
that,
really go.
and my penis is not going to fit into the hole of this bottle. I'm Irish. I'm not working with a lot, but it's definitely going to be an issue squeezing the head of my penis into this.
All right.
He goes, well, that's what you got. That's what you're going to do. All right.
No.
So I'm on my knees in the back of his car. Overalls down. I had 4 layers on underneath it. So I'm just bare ass to the window, right? And I maneuver the slit into the thing, and I'm going. But like you said, man.
Yeah, it fills up fast. And if it's just a standard soda bottle,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I fill up the bottle. I don't spill anything. cap it, but I still got to go. I go, Ryan, I need another. Well, I don't go.
We'll just dump it out.
Well, no, don't dump it on the side. You're going to get pee all over the side of my car. And I'm out of my mind. I'm hanging out loose. My bare ass is exposed in overalls.
So you've crimped your penis holding your pee.
Well, I'm holding my penis, right? As we're having this
so you
argument.
Got like you're kinking a hose.
Yeah, exactly. And the car is starting to fill with the aroma of walking
urine.
around all day.
Gross.
Yeah, urine and balls and ass.
Mm-hmm.
You probably smell like a campfire.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Look, campfire would have been the welcome smell compared to what was going on in that car at the moment. I just didn't understand. Like, I thought it was standard dude procedure. Like, as long as the pee gets outside of the car, everything will be just fine. I was, like, disappointed in my brother. Like, what happened to you, man?
I've never heard of maneuvering, making that work in a moving vehicle. Like, I know, I know, like, usually, because it's so easy for you guys to just stop and go pee outside. Yes. I just thought like everybody just would just pull over if they had to pee. I didn't think like that was a thing.
I think he was worried about drunk drivers, which I understand. Like if he pulls over, he's going to get blasted from behind, right? Like fine.
All right, maybe that's a possibility, but there's no rest stop, right?
Not where we were. He would have had to get off of 90, and that would have been a whole bitch getting back on.
Closed?
Yeah. No, we had just gotten on.
And it's midnight. Everything's closed.
Yeah, like I mean, look again, but you don't need it. Like when you're a dude, there's standard society rules, and then there's coming home from a Bills game rules. And I would not have broken with any of my ideas, any coming home from a Bills game rule with any of the plans I was going to make.
Yeah.
Like, it's an alternate universe, man, right? Like, we're all proper people. We're all going to work today. We're all raising kids, and we're trying to make the best in this crazy world we live in.
Yeah.
Don't judge me for hanging my dong out the window to pee, because I know I'm not the only one that's done it before.
I am surprised, because sometimes the rules just don't matter. I remember I was going to see my brother one time in Massachusetts, and I got stuck going over this bridge, and I was literally not moving for an hour. We were just sitting there, and by then little kids are just going out and peeing. Guys are running into the woods, and I'm like, I'm waiting for a mom to go running into the woods with some kind of apparatus that she thinks is gonna hide her. It was ridiculous, but at some point, you just got to go.
No, I mean, and you said it.
It's nothing about lewd. I can't hold it.
It is funny, however, how once one person breaks that social contract, everybody's in.
Everybody's running for the woods.
Yes, it just takes one person to be that disgusting, out of place human. Everyone's like, okay, fine, if you did it, I'll do it.
It's funny, especially I've noticed this in the parking lot after Bills games. You'll start to see people just opening their car door and peeing behind it, where it's just you've gotten to the final. I don't even care anymore. You know what I mean? I'm not waiting in line for the porta potty. I gotta go. This is the quickest way, and then we're getting on the road.
So the greatest homemade invention of all time. Talking about leaving the Bills game last night. Standard social practices, right? I've been going to these games since I was 4. My dad had a buddy when I was a kid. He took a laundry detergent bottle. You cut off the top, but you could still screw it in.
Yeah.
You pee. You open the door. You pee into that. You dump the pee on your back tire. Behind your back tire.
Oh, okay.
Oh, right.
And it saves you.
Why didn't you just pee on the ground?
Well, you could, but at least this way you're not exposed, and
right.
you're not the puddle's not coming out, so people can see it. It's the more polite way to urinate in public.
Okay, I never thought about that.
So have you noticed the pop-up bathrooms that people bring with them to tailgate?
Yes.
What's that?
So it's a mini pop-up tent, a single pop-up tent that you can stand in. Yep. And people will just put a bucket in it, I'm guessing. Is that how it works?
Yeah, so there's toilets that have buckets underneath them. So there's no running water, but there's a thing for you to sit if you're a woman, or you can just take a leak in it if you're a dude.
So it seems awesome, but then I'm but that thing's gonna fill up to the top at some point. And who's on who's on bucket duty?
I'd be really afraid
the tailgate experience.
Somebody puts a road jammer in there.
There's no dumping in the portable bathroom.
Well,
I would hope.
I mean, somebody's got to go. No. You got that tent.
Bro, that ain't happening. You go sit in the porta potty and you dump in there. Which, by the way, here's the other thing, and I'm sorry to gross everybody out. I know you're eating breakfast this morning. The amount of dumps I see in Bill's porta potties.
Unlimited. I've never been in one where there's not.
Well, y'all are eating so much. So, I mean, if you're eating at 8 o'clock in the morning and the game's at 1.
I think it's there before anybody even shows up. So I don't know what's happening to these porta potties.
You're all eating heavy food.
Has anyone in this room ever taken a dump in a porta potty?
Oh, no.
right?
It seems like it'd be too difficult.
Who are these people?
I don't want to sit on that toilet seat.
Yes, because it's nothing but urine and God knows what else, right? Urine and like
chemicals and
dip, right? From like some dudes.
Half the time there's no toilet paper, so I don't know how that's working.
Like, I don't want to know the emergency I would have to have. Where instead of running to like a restaurant or a convenience store, because even that bathroom's going to be gross, but at least you have permanent walls. Yeah, exactly. You can flush. And I also don't trust anybody in that parking lot while I'm sitting in that toilet for an extended period of time.
I mean, anytime I've had to take like the emergency, I can't hold it dump. It's never any place nice. Like, it never happens to be at Wegmans. They have really nice bathrooms, right? Like, I remember the one I had that was like, it was close, like I was unbuckling, was Silver Stadium. And this was at the end of the line of Silver. It was that last game they were ever going to play there, the first time they were going to do that. Yeah. And you know how nasty those bathrooms are, right?
Yeah.
Like, Eisenhower probably took a dump in that thing.
I'm just saying, let's not be so judgmental with each other, right? It's a crazy world we live in out there. There's enough to be angry about. If a man wants to hang his penis out the window on 90 while other people are going 5 miles an hour, don't judge that man. You know the other funny thing that happened too? My brother is just, he'll talk to anybody.
Yeah.
Right? And like, I'll talk to anybody, but he's like really. We're stuck in standstill traffic outside of the stadium. My brother's got his window rolled down. Some drunken idiot, like, they should sell the team. And Ryan's like having like, it's an interesting idea. Shut up, Ryan.
Don't engage.
He engaged. So now for the next 45 minutes.
Oh, you're stuck next to that guy.
Yeah, I can't roll my window down because I'm not talking to this drunken moron who just.
Sold the team.
Blah, blah, blah. Right. Well, there's positives and negatives. Shut up. Ryan, shut up. He did it with a homeless guy, too. There's a homeless guy waiting on the corner where we're pulling in. He's got the window down because it's hot as hell. We all got our 9 layers on, getting ready for the game. He parks right in front of him. He starts talking to the homeless guy.
About what? How's it going? Apparently not well.
He wants to talk about the bill, so we pull ahead a little bit. Ryan's like, okay, well, that's over. Homeless guy walks back up to our car because Ryan's being friendly to him. We had a 15-minute conversation with this guy.
Oh, you could have just given him $1. Go away.
He's such a classy man. Go away.
Here's your $1.
We have a dynamite, don't be ashamed to hang it out the window kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. Everybody's hurting. Everybody is hurting. And that is not the best way to end this season.
No.
We're going to recap Tommy's picks from Friday.
No, the season's over. We're done.
No, it's not.
I thought we don't recap once the season's over.
No, it's called a rapperoo. Which we will get to on a Muley post-game excuse Monday just after 7:45. Normally, we have our Bills expert on after 9, but I highly doubt anyone wants to get into the nuts and bolts of this game at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
So instead, it was a star-studded event last night.
Oh, yeah.
And we're not just talking Taylor Swift. There were celebrities, both national and local, all over that stadium.
Well, you saw some locals?
Well, I mean, folks that matter to Bills fans.
Okay.
And there are 3 headliners that were in that stadium last night. And I guess my question is, between these 3, one of them being very obvious.
Yeah.
If you could watch the game with any of them, who would it be? We'll get to that just after 9 o'clock this morning. And look, emotions are raw. People are angry. A lot of people are saying things that they're going to want to take back in a week. But I'm here to tell you, what happened in that game last night was exactly what they had to do. And it almost worked. And if it did, it would have been brilliant. You were 2 plays short. And it was the only way they had a chance to win that game. And we'll get to that just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, plus a whole bunch more.
Okay.
But first,
what's that?
We're going to tell you the story of a 26-year-old man who's in some trouble for allegedly hurting someone.
Oh.
Right. And what makes it worse is the guy who he hurt and the connection he has to him. But if being assaulted over a relationship that doesn't involve you is bad enough.
Yeah.
We may have found the most demoralizing, embarrassing way to take an ass kicking. We'll share it with you next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. every relationship will have drama.
Free balling. Yes.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. You were saying?
No, go ahead.
Every relationship will have drama.
Sure.
And drama can be the hardest part of keeping two people together.
Yeah.
And that's with your own drama. So you can imagine how hard it gets when drama from a relationship you weren't a part of now inserts itself into the current relationship you're in. And it all went down out in Wayne County.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 6:45. The Bills season is over. And look, it's raw and people are angry.
Sure.
And there's a lot of things being yelled into phones and at radios and texted and put on Twitter and Facebook and all that stuff. And I understand it. I get it. But here's the thing, and it's a fact. The only way the Bills were going to win that game last night was by doing exactly what they did. And what Sean McDermott will not sit down in front of a microphone and say, one, because he doesn't make excuses, and two, because he cares about his guys, is that they just didn't have the bodies. And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So as we told you, Tommy, the story comes from Wayne County.
What happened?
And it starts the way most arguments start between two men. With a lady.
About a gal.
A 26-year-old man got into an argument with another man, according to police, over his relationship with his ex-girlfriend, who it seems was now with this woman.
Okay.
You get what I'm with this new man?
Yeah.
Are you with me? Mm-hmm. Okay. So words apparently got physical.
Yeah.
And police say the 26-year-old ex assaulted this man who it seems was with his old girlfriend.
Okay.
And Tommy, that is bad enough. You have to feel for a man who may just be out with his lady, having to deal with an ex, and he wants to get physical. But this story isn't over, and neither is the embarrassment for the new guy.
What happened?
Police say after the 26-year-old attacked the new guy, he stole his shoes.
How'd he get them off?
I don't know.
Okay.
Probably untied them, I'm assuming. Police say the 26-year-old boyfriend assaulted this man and then stole the shoes the new guy was wearing right off his feet.
Oh,
All right.
God.
He has been charged with assault and robbery. He has a court date come upcoming. So look, man, getting assaulted by her ex is hard to deal with, right? Like that is like one of the most emasculating things that can happen to you. And who knows if this new guy even saw it coming, Tommy.
Right.
Sure.
He may not have wanted this involvement.
Exactly. It's not fair to him. But this story illustrates.
What's that?
Tommy, taking an ass kicking from an ex is 1,000 times better than what happened to this man after. Because a man stealing your shoes might be one of the lowest points of your life.
Yeah.
What do you do after someone steals
gotta go home
your
without
shoes?
shoes.
Okay, well.
Walk in the snow in your socks.
Right?
So the phone number is 252-WCMF. There are a few options. All right. One, like you said, you leave the scene in your socks.
And it's winter.
Yeah. Probably wet outside.
Yeah.
And like past that, even if it was summertime, it would still stand out to the point where everyone who saw you after that moment would ask, "Hey man, where's your shoes?"
Yeah.
And you would then have to explain, "I got my ass kicked and he stole my shoes." So your second option would be to borrow shoes from someone else.
Ooh.
Well, you could hope.
Hey, get a shoe.
I do always keep extra shoes in my car.
You do?
You don't keep an extra pair of sneakers in your car?
No. Why?
Really?
No, because I want to wear them sometimes.
Like you got like emergency shoe
Yeah.
in car. No.
Emergency sneakers.
I've never had a shoe problem where I needed a shoe.
Well, no, it's come in handy a couple of times. Well, like when I'm wearing
I've
dress
never
shoes and my
heard of
back's
this.
hurting, I can just slide on my sneakers.
Oh, yeah,
well,
you do.
okay.
Yeah, you can't wear
Bring me
nice
a
shoes.
change.
No,
of
most
shoes.
men can't. You know, people with men
They
with,
make men's shoes.
men with normal sized bodies, they get hurt when they wear dress shoes, not itty bitty baby
my
bodies.
big feet are cushion. I got no arch support.
I got itty bitty baby body. I can wear all kinds of fancy boots all the time I want. But here's the thing, too.
Yeah.
Even if they have an extra pair of shoes, one, they'd have to be your size.
Right.
Right.
And two, they'd have to be willing to lend you
Yeah.
that
Right.
pair of shoes.
Because you're never getting them shoes back, and I don't want them back.
Okay, wait.
Keep the shoe, man.
Keep the
If
shoe.
they were like a nice pair of shoes that you liked,
First of all, I'm not giving away a nice pair of
well,
shoes.
but what you
that
own-
ain't
do you-
happening.
I mean, you don't even own crappy shoes,
I
do
don't.
you?
No.
Wait
so
a minute.
so what would you? You
Hey.
have no choice.
It ain't happening. Enjoy your socks.
What's the problem with lending a man a pair of your shoes? You got socks on.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Keep the shoe.
That
They're
grosses
only
you
going to
out?
wear it once.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Wait, you needing a shoe ain't weird?
Whoa. Look, man, I didn't wake up today planning on being assaulted by my girlfriend's ex and having him steal my shoes. Like, help a brother out here.
Yeah, borrowing the shoes, not an ideal situation for anybody.
Yeah, it's not like I came up to you, hey, man, those shoes are awesome. Can I please borrow them for no apparent reason? Why?
My husband's buddy just wore his shoes yesterday. He needed a better pair of boots. He wore them to the game.
Why are you grossed out by someone wearing your shoes?
I wouldn't want to put my foot in where somebody else's foot has been.
But there's no skin-on-skin contact.
I don't care, man.
Really?
People are gross. What's your gross-ass feet in my shoe?
So you're telling me that if I walk outside today and I get assaulted and some guy steals my shoes.
Yeah. And I come walking out, right?
And I
come trucking out.
Yeah. I go, hey, man, you got an extra pair of shoes I can borrow?
Oh, you know what I tell you?
What's that?
Oh, you can't wear my shoes because Tommy's got little baby feet and you can't wear them because I'm a normal man and I'm just a little man. You can't wear my little man shoes. So I'm going to go home now because it's 10:01.
Hey, you're talking a lot for a guy. He's running away right now. We could have stopped him. He's got my shoes. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this story out in Wayne County. A 26-year-old man got into an argument with another man, according to police, over his relationship with his ex-girlfriend. Long story short, police say he assaulted him and then stole his shoes.
Oh, my God.
He stole his shoes. And the other embarrassing part about this story,
What's that?
getting a pair of shoes stolen from you is like a no man's land of should I call the cops or should I just let this go?
Yeah, right.
Because, like, shoes, whether they're sneakers or dress shoes or boots or whatever, tell me, they can be expensive.
Oh, sure.
Right? Like, even sneakers now can run hundreds of dollars. But at the same time, can you imagine yourself calling 911 to report someone stole your shoes?
No. Because the cops are just going to, I wouldn't think they take it seriously.
Well, no. I mean, look, if someone stole $50 cash from you, you would call the cops.
What do you want the cops to do anyway?
Get back my shoes.
Do you think they're going to, like, track this guy down and get those shoes back?
Well, let's say you got him on video. He assaulted me and he's got my shoes.
Yes. But now they're evidence. You have to hold on to them.
All right. Do you own a pair of shoes that cost less than $700?
Yes.
Okay, whatever you say.
I don't spend $700 on a pair of shoes.
You have expensive shoes.
Not like that.
Okay, but you do. You're going to tell me somebody takes a pair of your really fancy shoes, your fancy boots.
Fancy boots.
Your World War I gas mask boots.
Yeah.
You ain't calling the cops?
I might have to for those.
Are you calling the cops if somebody steals a pair of your shoes, Kimmy?
Yeah, because I think, especially if I know this person, it's more like the principle of the thing.
Oh.
It has less to do with the shoes and more about, like, I'm already down here. You already stole my shoes, so now I got to do something.
But wouldn't you feel stupid calling?
You would definitely feel stupid, but I also feel stupid because this person stole my shoes. So how much worse can it be?
Okay, but like you've already gotten to the point where like they physically took your shoes from you.
Sure.
Think about how hard it is to take a pair of shoes.
Plus, you also just got beat up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On top of that, you're beat up,
Right.
you're in your socks, and you're calling the cops looking for your shoes back. It's got to be I hope that's the lowest point in this guy's life.
How much lower could it get?
I can't imagine.
Because like there had to be a point where
He takes your pants.
He just he had to have been on his back, like writhing in pain.
Fell over or
and
something.
the guy's like, "Nah, I'm taking these too."
Yeah.
It's such a dick move, man.
It's a power play.
Unless,
There's no
yeah.
it could be. I bet you he stole his shoes on the way out. Like if he had taken off his shoes wherever they were, and he just grabbed them out the door and ran out the door.
In my head, they
He
were
took 'em off
outside.
his feet?
Yeah, he knocked him down and he took him off his feet.
Do we know where this happened?
Somewhere in Wayne County. We do not know where.
Because I was thinking, like, if you were
That's a
inside
good
at
point.
somebody's house, they could have just been sitting by the door and you stole them and ran.
That's a less funny story. Also weirder. Why would you steal his
Just
shoes
to
at
be
the
a
front?
dick,
Okay,
right?
but
that's a move that you had to think a little bit about.
You know, he probably if he did that, he just threw him in the woods. Like he probably walked out. If it's Wayne County, it's out someplace. He probably just whipped him out in the
Ditched
dark
him.
and then split.
Okay, so there's this could split in a couple of ways. You're right. This could have been a crime of vindictive, right? Like, I don't want you to have shoes. This could also be a situation where the guy had really nice, like, sneakers or shoes.
No, it could be, yeah.
Right? Because, like, I mean, people
Like
do
some
get robbed for their
Jordans.
sneakers.
But would you want to wear your ex's new boyfriend's shoes? Would that be weird? Like you're wearing that guy's shoes potentially.
Assaulting him and stealing his shoes also weird. I think we've gone
Yeah.
beyond the pale of weird in this story, right?
I would agree.
Like if he wore his shoes around, that would be the least weird part of this story. So going back to the actual like social part of this, right? Like getting in a fight with your girlfriend's ex. Is that enough to end a new relationship?
Oh, I would think.
Would you end that relationship?
Yeah. Yeah. I want this nut following me around?
Okay, but you're also dumb. We're all dumb when it comes to our penises.
True. There would have to be some magical vagina to keep around.
No, see, here's the thing. It wouldn't, because we've both been in this situation and neither of us walked. Bro, I got sucker punched in the side of the head at a house party.
Oh.
And like 2 days later, I was like, "Oh, I was suck. You want to like, go get something to eat? You want to like, watch like a movie?"
I mean, it would be a dumb idea to stay with her.
Tell me you haven't stayed with a woman where this has happened.
But they were always bad ideas. Like, it never ended well.
But do you feel, I guess as a man, do you feel like you have to stick around to protect that woman from this dangerous person?
Okay.
I'm out.
She brings
I know
up,
there might be some guys that stick around just because they're like, well, now I have to be the protector here.
By the way, how'd that first one work out for you?
Well, you didn't see it coming. Now you're ready for it.
Look, even Rocky lost the first fight. Look, I
I'm
get
going to
it.
tape my shoes on.
We know you're a coward, and on top of that,
known hider.
Known hider. So I get how you would. I think Kimmy's right. I think most men would feel like maybe this might tighten the bond between you and that new person because she can't handle this on her own. I need to take the ass kicking.
I guess it would depend on her attitude after it all was settled.
Oh.
Like, what's her state of mind? You know what I mean?
Can
How
you
is
give me
she
an
handling it?
example?
Like if she got mad at you for some reason?
Right, yeah. Like all of a sudden, she's either indifferent about it or, you started saying, that guy's a jerk and she starts to defend him. Well, he's been through a lot. You're going to hear that. Well, wait, you're going to defend that dude?
I don't know how you defend a man who beat up your boyfriend and stole his shoes. Right? Like, there's no room for defense.
But you also dated that dude.
Okay,
Yeah.
well,
And he was a hothead.
bro, again, we cannot judge our current partners based on their worst exes.
I can. And I know that's wrong, but I can.
Well, but sometimes people don't
After I
show...
got my ass kicked and I'm in my socks? Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, some people don't show that side of themselves until later in the relationship.
I want to throw something out for you to comprehend with that statement that you will hold against someone's worst ex.
Yeah.
You dated a woman named Troutmouth.
I understand that.
Okay. If your wife held your worst ex against you, you would never be married again.
Oh, I know.
For the rest of your life.
I know.
So, like, stones, glass houses, etc. Like, I'm sure my wife has dated some weird, odd, psycho dudes. Just like I've dated some weird, odd, psycho women. I mean, you don't know where someone is in their life.
That's true.
The situation that they're in, where they end up with someone who's a little bit off. Now, look, I will say this.
What?
If there is a pattern where that same type of person keeps showing up over and over again, maybe we got a red flag.
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, I know like these people are in the past, but if I have to deal with them on a daily basis with you, that's a different story. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
And it's got to be harder, too, when it's a small town.
Wayne County, yeah.
Try that in a small town. Right? Because, like, as much as Rochester's a small town city, you're not going to see your spouse's ex all the time.
Right.
Right.
But if you guys all live in the same town together.
Yeah, you could be
Same
in the
places,
same neighborhood.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess there's a couple of lessons we can pick up here. One, when it's over, it's over.
Yeah.
There's plenty of fish in the sea. Move on. Two, the last thing you want to do is have to involve yourself in the drama of a relationship you were never a part of. And three, from now on, everybody double tie your sneakers because if you get your sneakers stolen, I don't think there's a more embarrassing moment in your life.
Or four, you just keep a spare pair of shoes in your car.
Well, no, that goes without saying.
Yeah.
I have a pair. If you need them, I got them in the car right now.
What am I going to do with them?
Canoe?
Yeah.
All right. Everybody is hurting this morning.
Yeah, a little bit.
Not just from staying up late. If you went to the game, you're feeling like I'm feeling it right now. But it's that heartbreaking feeling. And folks are upset. A lot of things being said last night. A lot of things you may want to take back in a week about this team.
Okay.
Because the fact of the matter is this. What they did last night was exactly what they had to do last night. Because the only way the Bills were going to win this game was with that game plan. And it was there. And it was brilliant. And the fact that they came up just short shouldn't change what McDermott will not say because he loves his guys.
Okay.
You just ran out of bodies.
Okay.
And I'll explain everything next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. If you're a Bills fan, today hurts. And it should hurt. That raw emotion of letting us believe again. Watching what this team did over the last 8 weeks and wishing beyond all wishes that they could find a way.
Yeah.
And that loss last night is going to fit into a narrative that we're going to hear about all offseason and maybe for the next couple of years.
Yeah.
But what sucks about that narrative, at least for last night, is it's not true. And there was one very simple reason the Bills didn't walk away headed to Baltimore next week.
What was that?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock this morning. Tommy, when COVID hit, there was this rivalry that developed with workers. You had the folks that still had to go in.
Yeah.
And then you had the folks that were able to work from home.
Yeah.
And as time went on, folks that were able to work from home, some of them decided to stay there.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out that Rochester is flourishing with these people. We have some numbers we have to read to you that are a little bit surprising.
That are home.
You got it. But does that rivalry still exist? Do you folks getting up, going into work, still hate and judge the folks that are working from home?
I mean, you think by now you wouldn't even be thinking about them anymore.
Yeah.
Because they've been out of the office for so
Right.
long. Like, after a while, you would just.
Oh, really? It didn't come up this morning when we were talking about one of our coworkers?
Oh, yeah.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Your Buffalo Bills end their season with a 27-24 loss to the Chiefs last night. A game-tying field goal with about a buck and a half left sails wide, and that's all she
What
wrote.
happened to that kid? He used to be good.
I mean, it wasn't a gimme field goal.
I know.
Yeah.
It was the first. That was the first tying or lead-changing field goal in the last 2 minutes he's ever missed.
Oh. Yeah,
And it
'cause he's
was-
been good.
And even throughout that game, though, like the extra points, it was just squeezing into the uprights. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like he was banging them down in the center.
Well, look, he went, 2 for 5 on field goals in the postseason? He had that one blocked against
Yeah.
Pittsburgh. He hooked
Yeah.
one way wide left,
Yeah.
and then he missed the one last night.
Oh.
And that game last night was another Kansas City versus Buffalo classic, just back and forth for 60 minutes. No team ever had the upper hand until the last minute and a half. And that game changed on the whim of the starting quarterbacks whenever they decided to go do their thing. In the end, Kansas City had one more play in them than Buffalo did. And Tommy, we've heard for years about how Buffalo can't beat Kansas City when it matters.
Yeah.
How there's a wall in the playoffs they just can't get over. And we're going to have to hear that again all offseason. But what really sucks about this specific game
Yeah.
is this season, it's not true. The Bills shouldn't have even been in this game the way things were going. And in the end, the fact of the matter is, they just didn't have enough bodies to get it
So they
done.
had too many injuries.
You got it. Defensively, they were decimated.
And that's what was pissing me off when I was watching that Baltimore game. How come none of these guys are hurt? They got everybody.
So statistically, the Kansas City Chiefs
Yeah.
and the Baltimore Ravens are the two healthiest teams in the NFL.
Wow.
Yeah.
Game time lost due to injury.
Yeah, it makes you wonder just what the key players the Bills have, lost over the course of the season. It's almost like expected that you're going to lose somebody throughout the season, right, due to injury. And it is amazing that those two teams have survived without that big loss.
But like you say, key, Kimmy, it's past key with the Bills. The Bills last night started linebacker A.J. Klein, a man who just over a week ago was on the couch with his family, having not taken an NFL snap all season. He was preparing to go on an RV vacation.
Yeah.
And even not considering All-Pros Trey White and Matt Milano, right, who were gone early on in the season. The Bills' defense last night started their fourth corner in Dane Jackson, their fourth linebacker in Tyrell Dodson, and Tyrell Dodson was a game-time decision. There was a point in the game where A.J. Klein went down. Tyler Matakevich came in to play linebacker, and this is not hyperbole, this is not exaggeration. He is their last linebacker. That is the
Never heard of
last
him.
linebacker.
Matakevich.
There's a
man
reason.
standing.
Tommy,
He's a
they,
special teams guy, right?
yes, they
Yeah.
went and signed A.J. Klein to play instead of letting this kid who has been on the roster for 3 years take that spot. They did not have a linebacker after Tyler Matakevich when A.J. Klein missed those 2 or 3 plays last night. The players that made a difference in stopping Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, you were at a massive disadvantage. But what was amazing about last night,
What's that?
and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The Bills had a game plan for it. They were going to control the ball. They were going to dictate the pace of play, and they were going to force the Chiefs to score every time they possessed it. And, oh, my God, it worked.
Yeah.
It worked. There is a lot of raw emotion this morning, and that's okay because it's been a long season, and it's a disappointing finish. But when the dust settles and we look back on what happened last night, every decision that nobody likes that was made happened for one reason and one reason only.
What's that?
McDermott will never say this because he cares about his guys too much and he doesn't make excuses. But that Bills coaching staff knew they couldn't stop the Chiefs, and they had to give themselves a chance.
Right.
That's why they did everything they did last night. The only thing I want back is that fake punt.
Yeah.
How do we feel about the fake punt?
Oh, I forgot about that, man.
Yeah.
Thoughts on the fake punt?
Why? Why did you do that?
So McDermott, I'm paraphrasing, said after the game, he wanted to be aggressive and he wanted to catch him by surprise.
Wasn't it like 4th and 15 or something?
4th and 5.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a long one.
No, on your own third. It was on their.
Oh,
on
it was
their
way
30.
back.
Yeah. It's just a bad risk because he's not a guy that normally takes those big risks. So why now, man?
He has been, bro. He's been balls McDermott the last 5
not that
weeks,
big.
Man. Yeah.
In a big game.
Look, I mean, it was their first fake punt of the season.
Yeah.
If it works, he's a genius.
Yeah. Sure.
Didn't work.
Didn't work.
I also don't understand why you're running DeMar Hamlin there of all people. Guy has dressed 6 games all
to your
season.
point, if it worked, it would have been an amazing story, right? But it didn't. Fell short. Here we are. It's starting to feel like, especially with the way it all went down last night and the hope that there was for this team and just the way there's so many question marks moving forward. It's just like you're in a relationship where you're finally realizing that person's never going to love you back.
No, but see, that's...
You know what I mean? Like they give you the hope you're gonna stay in the relationship, but you're like, I just don't know if this is ever gonna work.
See, I see it differently.
What is that?
I see it as a relationship with someone who you have to accept for their faults and faults that aren't their fault, right? Outside things. Because
so you're just gonna live your life like that, though?
Kimmy, what are you gonna do? Go find a new
You sound
team?
like a counselor now.
Look, that's what we're at
you're
this
paying her
morning.
$100 an hour. Let it all out.
Listen, I'm not gonna abandon ship. But I don't know where the ship's going anymore.
I was looking at it going, let Kansas City go to Baltimore and get embarrassed. I said, neither of these teams are going to the Super Bowl.
No, here's what sucks, man, and this is what hurts the most this morning. The Bills match up really well against the Ravens.
But to your point, though, they're so banged up, and they're doing it with duct tape.
I don't know how they would stop.
I don't know how you're stopping that guy.
Yeah.
The ideal situation is you get a couple more guys back in Baltimore next week. Just survive that game against Kansas City, and it was right effing there. It was right effing there. I couldn't believe what I was seeing sitting in that stadium because, it all gets lost on the wash, right? Like, I understand that, Kimmy and I are a bit nerdier than the average football fan when it comes to players. But when I'm standing there having to look at my roster for guys' numbers on that defense,
oh, sure.
You got a problem here. And look,
and again, you don't know who's banged up from last night, right? From that game.
I mean, I'll say this. I'll take solace in this. I think that the Ravens run roughshod all over Kansas City.
No, they look like they could do it to anybody.
Not only because they're the better team, but if there's one thing we've seen from NFL teams that play the Bills, they're broken when they're done.
Yeah. But you did it to the Jets.
Yeah.
Philly.
Yeah.
The Cowboys.
Yeah.
The Dolphins.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it happens over and over again. And, like, in the playoffs especially, whoever the Bills play, the next week they go out and lose. It happened to Kansas City a couple of years ago. It happened to Cincinnati last season. And it's going to happen again to Kansas City next week.
But don't you get pissed off when you see them play these unbelievable games, but they pay such a high price for it? Like, they'll play a great game.
The Bills, you're saying?
The Bills, but they pay such a price for these games.
Yeah.
And then these guys are out. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
you
that's
go,
been the
well,
story
that
of the season.
was great, but
It doesn't.
Chuck's arm is still on the field.
No, you're right.
Twitching.
I mean, even in the game last night, A.J. Klein goes down at one point. Khalil Shakir goes down at one point. Like, one of the corners ended up going down, walking in front of us. Like, it's unimaginable. Like, how is it even possible? Because, like, think, man, it was only a year ago. We're talking about a game they lost after a guy died on the effing field.
Yeah.
Who does that happen to?
Just them.
Seriously. And, like, here's the thing. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With all of this that we're talking about, not having the bodies, I mean, look, it's not an excuse. History is not going to remember this.
No.
5 years from now, no one's going to remember who played in this game outside of Josh and Mahomes and Kelsey and
Bills
Diggs.
fans.
Right? I mean, but even then, right? No, because you're going to listen to some sports talk radio show. And,
I don't know.
The Chiefs,
I think, but I think that just the fact that there's been a pattern, it's tough to forget the way the Bills have played the Chiefs. Even in the regular season, you haven't forgotten about those games because they've always been such close, hard-fought games. I don't think this is one that's just going to be brushed under the rug in the future. I mean, depending what the Bills do, obviously, like, you win, people forget. But just the fact that the Chiefs are just constantly this hill you can't get over is going to haunt you until you finally get over that hill.
But there's always an effing asterisk. There's always an effing
I
asterisk.
understand.
And you take it in the asterisk.
Folks,
Come on.
that more.
I think about this. You finally get rid of Brady, right?
Yeah.
And then you get this magical Muppet
Yeah.
that
Magical Muppet.
doesn't even walk human that pulls it out,
I mean,
right?
I don't know. Like, Mahomes didn't impress me all that much.
But
last
he
night.
wins. I'm saying, like, he's still this guy that when he has to pull some magic out of his asterisks,
Yeah.
he does it.
Okay. Josh did it too.
I know,
Came short
but
one.
but you know, one goes home and one's up with Taylor Swift and some shirtless dude.
I do. Look, high fives all around on that one.
First, I thought it was Fitzpatrick because they had the same body, him and his Kelsey's
How
brother.
dare you talk about Ryan Fitzpatrick that way?
They kind of look
He's
the
still
same.
in great shape. I was
Who?
hanging out with him last night. Ryan
Yeah,
Fitzpatrick.
but he's in like that thick shape.
Thick shape?
Yeah,
You got that thick shape going
he
on?
looks like a guy that could eat 50 wings and do 20 push-ups.
252 WCMF. McDermott ain't going to say it. No one's going to remember it, so it
No.
doesn't matter. But the fact is, they didn't have the horses last night. They didn't. And, like, here's the most frustrating part.
What's that?
Like we were talking about, the Bills were a play too short. What the Bills did on offense throughout that game yesterday was a work of art. They didn't turn the ball over. They did not take a sack. You ready for this? Your Buffalo Bills held the ball for a full 15 minutes more than the Kansas City Chiefs
It's all
did.
about ball control.
A quarter.
Yeah.
A quarter. They played a full more quarter of offense than the Chiefs did, and they outgained them in total yards.
So you keep it out of Mahomes' hands.
They did.
Yeah.
They did.
Just came up short in the end. Couple drop passes. I mean, not that they were the easiest catches, but I mean, it
That
would have
Diggs
been
pass.
huge.
That
It would have been
Diggs pass.
huge.
Kimmy, it's right in front. You know where
I
our
know.
seats are.
I know.
It literally, it's like they threw the ball
Yeah.
to me. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to witness the greatest catch, and they dropped
Yeah.
it.
But he's kind of banged up too, right? He was questionable.
So,
He had a foot
foot injury
thing that
or-
popped up
was
throughout
it?
the
But they
week,
had his
I
name
think,
up on
or
that
something
list saying
like that.
he was going, but
I think
Yeah.
now they're just putting everyone's name on that
Yeah.
list
Might
to
as
save
well.
time, right? Like,
Yeah.
who's got? Okay, fine, put him on. Why the hell not?
all right, so they clean house and let's go get him next year.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of free agents. Well, what are you
Yeah.
cleaning house with?
I don't know.
I don't know who.
Stupid
I mean,
Get some guys that aren't banged up.
they have some salary cap issues they're gonna have to deal with. So I don't know what.
Salary cap's not real. You just do that thing where it's like, oh, we're moving money down the
You're gonna
line.
have
and
to
then-
work some things.
You know, the $50
out.
million.
Well, Von Miller's gone, right? I mean, that's
No, you
No,
can't get rid of Von
you know
Miller.
he's.
Wait, he's still going to be around?
Yeah.
He's worth. His contract is massive. You can't cut him.
Yeah,
Oh my
he'll
God!
be there.
Yeah. Oh my God.
He was out there with a walker.
My God. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Rob. Hey, Robbie, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Pat?
Yo.
Listen, I want to ask you a question because if they didn't miss that field goal last night, it would have been into overtime, correct?
Oh, well, no. I mean, there was still a buck and a half left. The Bills had 2 timeouts, so did the Chiefs. So you have the possibility the Chiefs go down the field, kick a field goal to win. You have a possibility the Bills get that one stop. And in the second half, they had been getting stops. They held him to a punt, and they fumbled that ball out of the end zone, which was nice. So, I mean, look.
Well, yeah.
But, Rob, I guess what I'm saying is when these two teams get together, the reason why you play for that last possession is the most insane things happen. So just give me a shot at the end.
Well, I mean, but at least give me overtime instead of losing. I mean,
Well, yeah,
what
that's a
was-
good policy.
Exactly. But what was the distance of that field goal last night, and what was the distance of the wide right by Norwood?
Norwood was 47. I think last night was 44. Was it 47? Kimmy's too
I'm
young
not
for this.
sure.
Tommy wasn't even
Oh,
in
yeah.
town.
Yeah.
Pretty much the same.
Okay.
Pretty much the same.
All right, Rob. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a
So,
good rest of
you
the
would have
day.
had overtime.
Well, no guarantee. Okay, but again, there's no guarantee for
Would have been
overtime.
nice, sure. Yeah.
But like, there was a minute and a half left in a Bills-Chiefs game is 4 quarters in every other game. You realize that, right?
Yeah, I know.
Let's take one more call, 252 WCMF. Jeff's got the last word. Hey, Jeff, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I'm just wanted to say I was glad it wasn't a Josh Allen disaster show. That, it wasn't, we didn't end the season because Josh Allen was just a wild man throwing interceptions, and at least they played good,
Well, he doesn't do that in the playoffs, so that's the other thing that breaks my heart about Josh is if you look at his numbers from the last however many playoff games, the guy's unstoppable. He is unstoppable. He had 3 touchdowns last night, 2 on the ground, 1 in the air. That touchdown pass to Khalil Shakir, I could not believe my eyes.
Yeah, I was I'm okay ending the season knowing they played good, and it wasn't really their fault.
That's what I was tuning in for all night, really. Just play good, and it's not your fault, and I'll be satisfied.
Hey, I'm trying to be positive.
Hey, attaboy, Jeff. Keep your head up, buddy. Have a good rest of the day, man. Take care. There goes Jeff.
See, that's what I mean. We're all in this relationship we can't get out of.
Yeah.
Look, again, but to Jeff's point, if they went out there and totally crapped the bed, right? I get it. You have every reason to come out and be upset this morning, right? But the fact of the matter is that game plan was perfect and the room for error was tiny. And you came up 2 or 3 plays short, 1 offensive play short, right? And it's a brutal way to close this season out with the guys that gave you everything they had. But, I think as time moves on, though, this is a season we'll look at in awe, not in anger. Because, they won 7 straight games to get to this point. They were a play away from the AFC Championship. You did it with a shell of a team down the stretch. You won game after game on just grit. Whomever needed to make a play went out and got one. And 1 single play last night tossed them.
It's a game of inches, Patrick.
Last night is proof that it is a game of inches, man. It's something as simple as a drop ball that stopped the clock on that last drive that would have pulled another 30 seconds off.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. Tommy made his picks on Friday.
Yeah, so we don't.
Yeah, no.
Season's over.
No, it's a wrapperoo, buddy. It's a post-game, post-season, post-everything
Final
Monday.
wrapperoo.
Thank you, Kimmy. So we'll get to those just after 7:45 here on a post-game Monday on CMF. But before we get there, it's a rivalry that seems will never end.
What's that?
Well, folks that are getting up right now, getting in their car and driving off to their job.
Yeah.
And then folks who aren't hearing us because they don't start work till 8:30 and they don't have to get up till 8:15 because they're still working from home.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot of people, Tommy, that were furious that folks had the option to work from home when they, in fact, did not. And it caused some animosity, some bitterness.
Yeah. To
those people that are still upset, I got some bad news. We might be living in one of the best places in America to work from home. And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. For a while, there was a work rivalry going on, Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
Not at your job.
Yeah.
Between types of workers. Because the folks that had to go into work, it seems, didn't like the folks that got to sit at home and work from their kitchen.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
Which could actually be becoming a bigger problem. Because Rochester, it turns out, Tommy, is built for one of these things.
Oh, wow.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. There is a man who was very upset this morning. Somebody stole a bunch of stuff from him.
Oh.
And we don't know a lot of details about this man or the incident here, but I will say this.
What's up?
If he's single, no one in this house is happy. If he's married, one person in this house is thrilled. We'll explain everything just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy.
Yeah, buddy.
Did you know
What's that?
that 15% of the greater Rochester area works from home?
Damn. So we're like slack town.
Here we go.
Total slack town.
Just the city of Rochester has over 30,000 remote workers.
God damn.
Just in the city.
Yeah, I believe that because if you drive past like any coffee shop or anywhere with like Wi-Fi in the middle of the day, it is just packed with people on their computers.
And by the way, Kimmy, that number could be growing.
Yeah.
So
I've never noticed it before, and up until a few years ago, where that I feel like that's really been a prominent thing.
Yeah, it's like every town is Pittsford now. People just walking around in the middle of weekdays. So Rochester was named the best city in the state of New York for work-from-home employees in a report by the website Rent. And not only that, we're number 21 nationally.
Damn, look at us.
Rochester, on top of that, has been pushing hard to attract work-from-home people. They've run ads in other cities to try and attract out-of-state and hybrid workers, and they've even offered incentives for folks to move here and work remotely somewhere else. So folks that work from home who probably can't hear us because they don't have to get up till 8 o'clock and they're going to wait till the last minute, right? It's a great situation for you. To the folks that don't have that ability, you guys still hate the work-from-home people?
I guess you kind of have to when you think about it, right?
You don't. Why would you have to hate them?
Well, you gotta hate something.
No, you don't have to hate anything.
You have to
gotta
hate
nuke something.
Everybody has to have a little hate in them. It motivates you.
Have a little hate in your heart.
Don't you think?
But what does it motivate you to hate someone you work with because they get to work from home?
I don't know. It gives you something to think about.
Okay.
Yeah, you focus.
Well, there's also the argument, and I don't know if these people are just lying to themselves or if they genuinely feel this way, but they feel like, no, well, I like being in the office. I like seeing people face to face. I prefer it.
Okay.
So then they get frustrated when like not everybody's there to have the same interaction.
Okay, so there are two discussions to be had here. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. To you folks that never got to work from home, or to the folks that got to work from home and were forced to come back in, do you still hate the work from homers? Because, Kimmy, what you brought up is a possibility, right? Like, I enjoy going to, because I'm actually personally one of those people.
Yeah.
Like, I hate having to do the show from home. I want to see you guys. I want to see Kimmy. I want to hang out, right?
Yeah.
The other argument from the have to go in crew is that folks that work from home, lazy,
Yeah.
right?
Well, I
Not
think
actually doing your job.
Well, how do you know, right?
Sitting around, playing with yourself all day long.
Well, and at any time you can't get a hold of the person or they don't respond to you quick enough, like the thoughts that go through your head of like, well, what do they do? They're not even sitting at the computer. They're not even doing their job.
Yeah.
I think like there's very little room for error when you work from home.
How about this? They also get to go on vacation just like you.
Well,
right?
yeah.
From what? Like, they would piss you off. Like, if you're busting your ass, right?
Yeah.
And then slack-ass Johnny also gets 2 weeks.
Slack-ass Johnny? Well, maybe he should change his name.
Worst cover band of all time.
So, Slack-ass Johnny.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, you would be pissed because, like, he's already working from home. Why does he get a vacation?
But he's working.
Still working.
He's working.
But you're home working.
She's
I mean,
working.
you still have to be tied to your job during those hours.
From your couch.
Okay, you're literally sitting in a leather recliner talking.
It's an old recliner.
Okay.
It's an old recliner. I'd like a newer recliner, please. So wait, you look at work from home as having a vacation every single day.
It is compared to having to schlep your ass to work. Look at a cold-ass day like today, right?
Okay.
You got to get up, scrape the car, fight your way in.
You're definitely saving on gas and parking
Yeah.
if you pay for parking.
Schlep through the weather, come to work, and slack-ass Johnny home. He's on his second cup of coffee. He ain't done a goddamn thing yet. He's let the dog out twice.
Don't take care of your kids.
Right. And you know he's doing a morning stroke job.
Yeah, but who's not? There are guys that do that even at the office.
Yeah, but at least they're working at the office. It's an office stroke job.
Look, All right, I'll ask you this question then, because we still have a bunch of folks that we work with upstairs that work from home, right? Mm-hmm. Are those people lazy?
A little slacking up there. Could be some slacking.
You don't even know what they do for a living.
I don't. And I bet the boss don't know what they're doing either. How is she know?
I would think that they do.
How?
Because when you don't hear from them or you can't get something done, that's when you notice.
All right, Kimmy, honest question.
Yeah.
Honest question. Mm-hmm. Do you look at our coworkers that don't come in as not working as hard as the folks
and you
that
bust
do?
your ass, man.
Oh, don't you try
you
and
do
pander.
everything
Again,
for this show. You do everything for this company.
I only find myself doing that if I need something from them.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, otherwise, it's kind of like out of sight, out of mind. Like, I guess I don't really know what goes on upstairs, so I'm assuming everybody's working. But until somebody comes up short with something I need, that's when I get pissed.
But they do, because you talk about it all
sometimes,
the time.
yeah.
People coming up short.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. 15% of employees in the greater Rochester area. What are you laughing at, you dumbass?
Me.
15% of employees in the greater Rochester area are work from home just in the city of Rochester. There are 30,000 remote workers, and it could be growing as Rochester the last couple of years has been trying to attract people from out of state to move to Rochester to work remotely in other places. Yeah. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, what's going on, buddy?
I find it hilarious that Tommy say that the people who work from home are lazy. I have never heard somebody struggle so much as Tommy did when he was working from home. This doesn't work. How do I do this?
They didn't give you the right equipment.
Bro, you had an engineer at your house literally every day.
Still there.
Yeah, they didn't have the right equipment, like the brain in your head. It might start with that.
Yeah.
Listen, two things. Before COVID, I knew a few people who worked from home, and they worked for companies that were not located in Rochester. And they specifically did that because one worked for a company in New York City, one worked for a company in Colorado. They lived here because the cost of living was severely cheaper. So they were getting paid New York City wages, but living here in Rochester, making a killing. So good for them. But way before COVID ever started, they were doing that.
Okay.
The second thing is I would love to know in this study how many of those jobs are actually like that, if people are working here and living here, or if they're working for a company outside of the Rochester area.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Have that data?
I didn't see that in there. I mean, it might be. I just glanced at it, I'll be honest with you, Jeremy. And then you always call up and you yell at me for not getting deep enough in the numbers because you're a big-ass nerd and you make me feel bad about myself.
Listen, I asked the question, too, because I don't have the answer. So, and three, if you have an office job, you're lying to yourself if you're mad at somebody working from home because you're not working 40 hours a week either. You're dicking around a lot of the time, too. So, save yourself the I'm the hero explanation because I'm here at the office. Shut up. You're not. And four, stop telling people who work from home that they get up at 8:30 because some of us who have a hybrid job are up at 5:30 because they need to report at 6.
Well,
right?
Look at you. Working hard at home, Jeremy.
Busting my ass.
Calling a radio station.
I'm actually at work today calling a radio station. Don't tell anyone. Bye, Dick.
Bye, Jeremy. Jeremy brings up a good point.
What's up?
He brings up this idea that people that are at the office think that they're working hard.
Yeah, that is true. Because we've seen that not happen.
But here's the thing. It's been that way since even before the invention, the idea of work from home, right? Like, nobody works 40 hours a week at their job. You can call to show up. You can say you do. You don't. You don't do that.
No, but you are under the spotlight at least. Home, you're not under the spotlight.
You're under the spotlight.
Because the boss man's there.
Bro.
People are watching you, and then, you are under the thumb of the boss man.
You paint this picture every time we have this discussion of some guy with like a drum and no shirt, like boom, boom, and the boss is like walking around with
you're
keys.
just rowing that boat.
Bro, how often do you see your boss on a daily basis?
Well, back in the day, you did.
When's the last time you saw our boss?
When she came to my roast.
Okay, that was last year. Last year.
I know, it's weird. It is.
No, but
she's working from home.
Even before that,
Gotta
right?
listen to the show.
Don't take care of her kids. I
got this broke-ass chair.
Even before, if your boss has an office, they're in that office, right? Yeah. Like, if your boss has meetings, they're in those meetings. Like, this idea that we have these people standing over us all the time, I think is an incorrect idea.
All right.
Just think it out loud. Okay. I don't know. And, can you make the argument?
What's it?
Because this has been the big debate as to the benefit of work from home versus the benefit of having to come in. Do you get more work done in the office, at the job site, or do you get more work done in the four walls of your house? Because we remember those studies we saw about the ridiculous amount of hours a year we lose talking to coworkers, gossiping, jackassing around.
The interruptions.
Yes, while at work.
But don't we always seek those out as human beings? Like we'll just go find the next thing to take our mind off of things.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, but if that's the case, then what's the difference between working from home and working from the office, the job site, or whatever? I'm asking.
I mean, maybe at home there's less interruptions because there's not a coworker, and so you're by yourself more.
But you would also need an unbelievable amount of self-discipline because all of your fun distractions are at home.
Right, and I don't know how disciplined people are.
Well, but that's also the same discipline it takes from not gossip with you for 45 minutes instead of actually doing actual work here, which is what we do every single morning.
Yeah, but it's fun.
Kimmy, if they gave you the opportunity, because you never got to work from home.
No, I was here the whole time.
If they gave you the opportunity to do your job from home, would you take it?
I do think specifically this job, it would actually be more difficult to do it from home. So I didn't, it was one of those things where it made my life easier to be here. But if I had a job where it was like an easier transition to go one way or the other, I don't think I would mind working from home.
You'd be bonging all day, bro.
Bonging all day.
Bonging and bonging.
What?
All day.
What are you talking about?
By the way, what makes you think guys aren't walking into work high at the office?
Yeah, but she's going to be token till noon.
No, I don't know. I'd be asleep. But I will say, like, I think I would need something like the hybrid method because I don't think I would like working from home all the time.
Okay.
I think I would need to switch it up every now and then.
I mean, look, the fact of the matter is, if you have an opportunity to do it and you think you have the self-control to pull it off, like, the benefits are insane.
To be home.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
look,
sure.
You're saving a fortune working from home. Gas money and car maintenance, parking and lunch every day, depending on where you work. The money on what you save on what you wear to the office.
Yeah.
You're also saving a ton of time. I know the Rochester commute isn't as bad as other places. It's about 18 minutes on average. But both ways, plus getting in and out of work, that's an hour a day.
Yeah.
That's 5 hours a week. That's 20 hours a month you are getting back just working from home. That's a full day a month in not having to commute. Think what you would do with an extra day a month.
It probably adds more to your life expectancy, less stress.
Yeah, but you're also not moving as much.
But you get one of those stand-up desks.
Do those work?
Of course they work.
No, I mean, well, I know you could stand up.
How do you get the treadmill? The treadmill desk?
Treadmill desk?
Yes.
There's no way that. Okay, I'm not going to get into a treadmill desk argument with you. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Eric.
Where is it?
Eric says, I have to go in. My wife works from home. She's lazy and doesn't do nothing all day. Eric.
Yeah,
he's telling it out.
I mean, if you're not the only one home, I would think that would also affect your decision on whether or not you want to work from home.
Oh, like if you had to do it with your partner?
With your significant other, if you have like roommates, you know what I mean? Like it may not be as relaxing and, peaceful as you think.
Yeah, no, that's a really good call. Like having to share that space all day with
that
someone.
would suck.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's your relation. It's not just a coworker. Your relationship is dragged into that stuff too. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
There is a gentleman who lost a whole bunch of valuable stuff.
Really?
And this sucks. We're going to tell you what police say was taken out of his home.
Yeah.
If he's a single man, there is not a person in his home that is happy. If he is married or has a girlfriend, there is at least one person who is thrilled with this crime.
Oh, it's that annoying, huh?
I'll let you decide.
Right.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There is a man missing a ton of his stuff this morning thanks to a crime.
What happened?
Well, here's the thing. If this man is single, no one in his house is happy.
Yeah.
However, if this man lives with a significant other, despite the crime, I'm sure today someone has a big smile on their face.
So it's that annoying.
It's a couple of things. I'm going to let you decide.
Right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Bills fans licking their wounds this morning after a 27-24 loss. Slightly missed field goal.
You can't lick it enough, bro.
Tommy made his picks on Friday. We wrap up Tommy's season with a Muley post-game excuse Monday. And we do it just a little while here on a post-game Monday in the break room on CMF. We got an East Side story for you.
Ooh.
Comes to us from Fairport.
Oh, that's very East Side.
Authorities were called to Manashaya Drive. Why do all of the street names on the East Side sound so douchey?
Because douches named them.
No, but was that by design?
Yeah. Like how many cinnamon trails does? I don't even know what that means. Why are you leaking cinnamon all over the place?
Authorities were called to Manashire Drive for reports of a burglary, and whomever committed this burglary got away with some good stuff.
What did they grab?
Stolen in the break-in, according to police, a 55-inch TV,
Okay,
an air fryer, a $70 hair trimmer, a $500 PlayStation, and 3 pair of Nike Air Maxes valued at $300. That is the second shoe theft story of the day.
wow.
So it's over $1,000 worth of stuff.
We had to be way over that.
Yeah, you would think so. And this sucks hard. Because, like, the man who he had his stuff stolen, we don't know if this man is single. We don't know if he's living with a girlfriend. We don't know if he's married. If he's single, no one in his home is happy. If he's got a wife or a girlfriend, based on the 55-inch TV, the air fryer, his hair trimmer, $500 PlayStation, and 3 pairs of Nike Air Maxes being stolen, she has a massive smile on her face.
Yeah. I don't understand why the women hate big TVs. They just don't get they don't appreciate, but they watch television, but for some reason they don't like big TVs. It's always a battle.
What?
Women don't like big TVs.
Well,
I'm telling you right now.
I think after a certain size TV,
Yes.
it doesn't look any different
Well,
to
no,
me.
that's not true. It's a bigger TV.
That's what I'm saying.
You're
Like,
right, but I think that's what it is. It's like, why spend more? This one's fine.
Yeah, you don't need that much. But then they also watch TV. Why wouldn't you want more?
Well, how did we just stumble upon this by accident? That was a brilliant I've never heard that before in my life, but
I'm
it turns out
telling
you're
you,
right.
bro. Yeah, so to your point, she's happy that TV's out of there.
And it's all of it, right? Like, whoever stole this stuff only took the guy stuff out of this apartment. Big-ass TV, air fryer, PlayStation. All the stuff that girlfriends and wives roll their eyes at and get upset.
It's a waste of money.
Yeah, or when you want to use them use that stuff instead of spending time with them. Every woman has a bunch of stuff she wishes someone would steal from her husband.
Oh, yeah.
Tommy, how happy would your wife be if she came home and found somebody stole your entire wardrobe?
Oh, she'd be thrilled.
Right?
Yeah.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
what is the one thing you would want stolen from your husband in your house?
My husband, his coats are out of control. He has so many jackets and coats, and he keeps buying them that we now, like, I have nowhere to put my coats because his coats have taken over. So if somebody came in and just lifted all of his coats and took them out of the house, they'd be
Coat
doing me a
drive.
favor.
Man,
So does he have like sport coats or like winter
He's
coats?
got everything. He has, I'm thinking out loud right now, he's got at least like 10 winter coats.
God damn.
I don't even know what to call the other coats. They're like kind of like that
In between stuff?
in between coats. Like there
Sorry,
was
they're
one.
talking coats.
He the other day found a coat. He's like, "Hey, I forgot I had this," and it was like a really nice. Like he spent a lot of money on that coat, and I'm like, "That's the one you forgot you had."
Wait, of all the things that he has, like guy stuff, like the egg in the back that takes up his time, or the PlayStation that he has, or whatever, Xbox, the coats is what bothers you?
Stuff out of sight, out of mind. Like it does.
Okay.
It's not in my face. The coats are constantly in my face.
You got a household of crap.
Who, me?
Yeah. Between all the crap you collect.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
This makes me happy.
No, but I guarantee your wife would love to get the space back that all your crap. Because I remember one time I'm at Target, I run into your wife, and she was buying racks to like move your stuff.
Yeah.
So she had some place to put the children's clothes.
You know, it's funny, like you say this, like she also doesn't have a ton of crap.
But they're allowed to.
Why?
They just established that at the beginning of the.
No, because you roll over and take it, man.
What else can you do?
You could have fought for my generation of men, but no, you had to be a bitch and be like, oh yeah, you should say what you wish. Here's the difference between my crap and the crap we're talking about here. My crap isn't distracting. All my
They're jerseys. They're designed to be distracting. Hey, go Bills.
The point I'm making is, if you have a PlayStation, that PlayStation can take up hours of your time.
Yeah, it could.
Right?
It could,
I'm not going to spend hours with my jerseys every day. What, just staring at them?
You do like to look at your stuff.
Once a week, maximum.
Well, you have a very weird relationship with clothes.
I have a weird relationship with clothing.
Really do.
So I was just on the phone, but didn't like your clothes almost kill your father-in-law?
So he says.
That's right.
So he says there's no
I
video
mean, they literally
evidence.
fell on top of him and he could not get out.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this guy out in Fairport. Somebody broke into his house, stole a 55-inch TV, an air fryer, a $500 PlayStation 3, pair of Nike Air Maxes valued at $300. All guy stuff. And if he lives alone, no one in that house is happy. If he's got a girlfriend or a wife, she is thrilled. And the best part of this for you ladies, if it was taken and there was insurance to cover it, well, that check can go to more important things than replacing the stuff that you had
absolutely.
stolen.
It's going to get confiscated.
Yep, you could buy another PlayStation. Or have you seen the sales going on at HomeSense or Home Goods or Home-A-Rama or whatever home thing we're going to go to, right? If you get money back for your thing stolen from your house, there would be a legitimate argument with your wife or girlfriend about what to spend that money on to replace it. And Kimmy's just nodding like that's totally fine.
Yes, they're going to grab it immediately.
What?
How is that not an argument? Like, that's my stuff. I'm going to replace my stuff.
I don't know if I'm going to be honest. I wasn't listening. I was reading.
But it's not your stuff. It's like what's mine is mine, and what yours is also mine.
No, but that doesn't.
That's the way it works.
Shelly writes us on Instagram, maybe it was the girl that took all his stuff. Was she staging a burglary?
Well, maybe she just also kind of left the door unlocked.
Okay. Joy writes us on Twitter. We got a DM from Joy here. All the ladies jumping in. He must have lived alone because there are no women's things taken, and women have more expensive things. Is that true? Women have more expensive things?
Well, probably jewelry, number one.
At every age, though, I would make the argument that guys in their 20s have way more expensive
things.
stuff.
Yeah, I
than
think
women.
you're right.
But don't girls have like high-end purses and crap? You can flip
if they're real.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you have one or two, maybe. I don't know. I don't know a lot of people that had that big of an investment in, like you said, their 20s.
Yeah, because you haven't been with that guy long enough for him to buy you all those things.
No, I think there's a legitimate argument to that. Because, look.
Maybe something you don't buy for yourself, to your point. Maybe you wait for it as a gift.
Wait for it. Demand it.
No.
My birthday's next month.
Oh, her birthday month?
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean, it's funny. Like, think back to your early to mid-20s.
I didn't have crap.
Women are always more financially stable than men are at that age. And it's because when we get our first paychecks, we go blow it on everything we ever wanted.
When fun.
Yeah, where women just stash that money away. And Kimmy, you're the perfect example of that, right? Like
Queen stash.
Me compared to my wife, you compared to your husband. I mean...
Yeah, but I can also think of women that also were not great with their money and bought a lot of stuff. But to your point, maybe it's just stuff that you, like once you use it, it's not as valuable, so you don't really want it. I don't know.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Good to hear from you.
First, I would like to say that it is pretty amazing what McDermott did with the Bills, with the roster that he had at the end of the season.
Awesome.
I'll give him that.
Thank you, Ben.
And that's coming from a Dolphins fan.
Got it.
Anyways, this dude has to be single. Like, there's no way. Or newly single.
Why? Why do you say that?
Because that's all the type of crap that I have. I'm like,
Ben identifies.
I could totally see I don't know, somebody breaking into where I live and stealing my giant TV. That's like all I have in my room is my Xbox, my TV, my broken air fryer I need to replace, and a desk. And
okay.
That's it.
All right. But I mean, look, this is also stuff that, like, this is the only thing that brings you joy as a man in a relationship.
It's entertainment, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Because we also have these ideas, right, when we move in with a woman for the first time. We have been sold a false bill of goods.
Wait.
Well, because you think, A, it's just nonstop sex all the time, which we find out that's not true. There goes Ben. B, you believe that you're going to be able to coexist with this person and still have personal space away from each other, but you find out very quickly when you are in those situations together, it's almost like every moment has to be spent doing something together, right? So all of these things that you have that you think you're going to get to still enjoy, they start to fall by the wayside.
Oh, yeah, quickly.
Or it causes a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, one other thing with the Xbox or the PlayStation, that's not just the game system. That's also your Netflix, your Hulu, your ESPN, literally
your girlfriend.
all of your streaming. That too. All your streaming services are gone too.
That sucks. That sucks. Well, Ben, why don't you go fix your air fryer, go watch some TV, and play with yourself with your desk, buddy.
I'll try.
All right. There goes. I'm not going to mess with his tongue today. He's had a rough day.
Yeah.
But let's say, going back to this DM from Joy saying that there are no women things taken and women have more expensive things. Let's say Joy's right, and you ladies do have more expensive stuff. This story could still be a guy that lives with a woman if it was another young guy that broke into his place and stole all his things. Because if you look down the list again, 55-inch TV, air fryer, $500 PlayStation, 3 pair of Nike Air Maxes valued at $300. When you're young, you don't know what stuff your wife or girlfriend has that's expensive if she doesn't tell you it's expensive.
True.
Fair statement?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if her earrings are costume jewelry or, like,
that's
something,
true.
right? I don't know if that diamond pendant necklace came from some high-end jewelry store or was a $50 special from Sears.
Yeah. Other than, like, maybe like a computer or something, like something obvious, headphones, something like that.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know how much she has tied into her wardrobe. Because she could have spent a lot of money on her wardrobe, but not, like, a lot of money on one thing. So that would kind of make, like, all that stuff, like, not worth stealing because there's no big ticket item in there. It's just a lot of things.
I don't even know what the labels are. Like, I don't know what is like an expensive article of clothing for women.
Well, you would have to know now with your wife.
No, because, like, there are some things that my wife, like, I if it looks good, it looks expensive to me. I don't know.
But my wife tells me, like, who makes this, how much it costs, and how hard it was for her to find it. Like, I get the entire story, the backstory of how she acquired that purse.
That's got to be unique because I would think most women don't want their husbands knowing what they spent.
Oh.
Just like I don't want my wife knowing what I spend on jerseys and memorabilia.
Well, I get pushed around a lot.
There are also so many ways to get discount, like, things that are they're a high-end label, but there's a reason that it's discounted. You know what I mean?
Okay, you do realize
the Marshall Plan.
We men all realize that was a lie, though. Like, you say that, like, you
find
one really nice
Tommy
thing cheap,
and
then, like, the 9 things that you find after, oh, yeah, I got it. No, you didn't. It was full price.
Okay, but either way, like, it's not like you spent $1,000 on that sweater.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if it's worth it for a thief to go through and grab, like, smaller ticket items when there's an Xbox sitting there.
Well, that's what the funniest part is, right?
Yeah.
Like, when it comes to a woman's wardrobe, like, if this person did live with a woman, right? It's possible that the most expensive thing was her closet. I just don't know what anything is. And there could be $1,000 sweater in there. How do I flip $1,000 sweater?
You can, right?
Poshmark?
I always thought, like, I
always
think, like, jewelry has to be the number one thing with women.
But to Pat's point, I mean, there are so many. Yeah, like, unless you're grabbing, like, a whole jewelry box, you're gonna go through stuff and figure out what's real and what's not. I don't.
And even if it's real, like, I got my daughter's diamond necklaces. Right? They were like $30.
Yeah.
But then it can't be like a real diamond.
No, it is. It's just a chip, but it looks sparkly, and they don't know. Look, I wanted to,
the quality. You're saying.
I wanted them to think I love them, but I love them $30 each.
A chip of a diamond.
Exactly. Well, you're 11 and 13. You're gonna lose that thing immediately. I'll lose my mind.
So we got a Twitter message from Steve who says, my uncle turns every other hanger the opposite way, so if he was robbed, nobody can go into his closet and swipe all the clothes at once because the hangers face opposite ways.
It would be genius if your clothes were worth money, so you can't, like, scoop them up and pull them over.
But, like, he thought about that. He has a whole strategy.
But you would have to have, like, really high-end men's clothes.
Maybe he does.
Who's
Maybe he's got
dude?
suits. I don't know.
Okay, but even if you have suits, they're cut for you.
Yeah, that's like Danny Wegman outfit.
Yeah, like, if you're spending money on high-end suits, those are tailored suits.
Yeah.
How are you going to flip a tailored suit?
You're not.
Well, as I'm reading this story the other night, I start to think about what the most expensive thing my wife is that my wife owns in the house. Mm-hmm. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what it is.
I think for me it would have to be jewelry or shoes or purses.
So, okay, but that's three. That's a wide
Yeah,
swath.
but they're all about even priced, I guess.
Kimmy, what's the most expensive thing you own? No, I'm asking.
Probably my wedding ring. That's the highest end piece of jewelry.
Okay, all right. Outside of your wedding ring.
My computer.
Okay.
Was a steep drop off there.
Yeah.
Did you have a nice rock?
I don't have it on right now.
All right.
Can't trust your ass.
But yeah, I'm gonna grab it. What am I gonna do with it? Wear it?
Yeah, match those shoes. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Talking about this guy getting all of his stuff stolen out in Fairport. It sucks unless he has a girlfriend, in which case his girlfriend or wife is going, woo. TJ's on CMF. Hey, TJ, what's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So I'm a blue-collar guy. I work 80-hour weeks. And for a woman to say that they have more expensive stuff than men, I spend $300 on a pair of boots just to go out and destroy them.
No big deal.
So we spend more on our stuff because there's stuff that we have that are hobbies. Like I also do tattooing. I'm also into motorcycles. Parts.
Hopefully not at the same time.
So.
Okay,
so you're saying you have more expensive
well,
stuff?
he's got motorcycles. Yeah. He's got work tools.
You're saying your hobbies alone would be the reason why you have all that expensive stuff.
Right.
All right, but TJ,
now,
how old are you, bud?
I'm 33.
Okay, all right. So that's older than I would have thought. Yeah.
I have a wife. I have kids. So, I mean, this guy was definitely single, and he was definitely starting out.
Okay. Does your wife, what's the most expensive thing your wife owns, you think, TJ?
The wedding ring that I bought her.
Outside of the ring.
Outside of the ring,
See? It's like, I don't know either, man. It's an ultimate mystery. Why? Is that a bad thing?
I'll have to say probably a bag that she has.
Okay. Did you buy it for her, or did she buy it for herself?
I believe that's something that she bought herself.
Gotcha. All right.
Okay.
Because I couldn't see spending more than $700 on a bag.
But you just said you have all these expensive hobbies.
A motorcycle.
Well, a motorcycle's different.
How so?
Well, but you love it, and she might like something else. You have different interests.
I guess.
They say the motorcycle is the purse of wheels, TJ.
Probably,
they do say that. Yeah.
I mean, I spent a lot of money on it. And I mean, on my truck too, but I mean.
All right, you're proving our point now, TJ. Hey, TJ, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I'm telling you, man, if you sat down 10 dudes, 8 of them would not even be able to give you an answer outside of wedding ring when you said, what's the most expensive thing your wife owns?
Maybe it's age, because I probably couldn't have answered it with my other wives, to tell you the truth.
Well, maybe it's just you being a better husband.
Yeah, well, yeah.
No, that's what I'm giving you props.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, not helping.
I'm doing good.
All right, everybody. We got to move on. I appreciate the calls. The Bills season has come to an end. Another one of these back and forth instant classic games with Kansas City that we end up on the wrong side. And we talked about it this morning, right? It gets to a point where you just don't have the horses on defense anymore. You knew you weren't going to be able to.
Ran out of gas.
You did. It's over. But there's one more thing we have to do before we can put a bow on the season for the Bills in the break room. Because, you made your picks on Friday.
Yeah.
And it is a postgame Monday. And you're going to be full. I don't know why you're getting mad at me.
Because it sucks. That's why.
Because it
sucks.
Hear how much it sucks. Next on a Muley postgame excuse Monday. Here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. And just like that, it's all over.
Yeah.
A misplaced field goal ends the Bills' season last night.
So unfair.
Shut up.
Wasn't right.
Bro, I'm banged up right now, all right?
Huh?
I'm hurting
Everybody's
bad.
banged.
No. I got 45 minutes of sleep.
Yeah.
All right? I told you, I was jumping all around. My boots exploded at the stadium last night. I haven't taken my post-beer dump yet.
Ooh.
That thing's boiling downstairs.
Yeah.
It's not a good feeling right now.
Yeah, you got a winter jammer.
I got a big-ass winter jammer going on. But all of that pain will pale in comparison to what you're about to hear. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Tommy made what turned out to be his final picks of the season.
What
on
a
Friday.
All job. All the way around.
You don't even know. How
Total
do you know you didn't
screw
do well?
job.
How do you know you didn't do well?
I know I didn't do well. I saw.
Look, man.
What?
Everybody's disappointed in performances. Although I will say the Bills did a hell of a lot better, it seems, than you may have here. Mm-hmm. And we'll find out. Kimmy, are we ready?
Ready.
Let's hear what happened.
Okay.
Tommy told it like it is. And now we find out how it was. Muley, excuse post-game Monday in the break room on WCMF.
Let's get to our first pick from Tommy on Friday on CMF. Over under 2.5 passing touchdowns for Patrick Mahomes.
So that would be 3 passing touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yes.
In a tight game. A tight game.
Well, I mean, if it becomes...
And they're not the team that they were.
Who, the Chiefs?
No.
Okay.
They're not the team. I'm going to say that grown-ass Muppet child, and he is a grown-ass Muppet child, ain't getting his 3. I'm going to take the under.
Shut him down.
Shutting down the Muppet.
It's the playoffs, man.
Yeah.
And the Bills' defense, we don't know who's there. I might be starting at linebacker this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah. Gave me a helmet and everything.
Love to see it.
So to be clear, you are under 2. And are you knobbing somebody over there? What are you are under 2.5 passing touchdowns for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Last night, Patrick Mahomes, 17 of 23.
Yeah, how many?
215 yards and 2 passing touchdowns.
So I got it.
You got it.
Damn, look at me.
Lucked the F
Well, it's all
on
luck.
This one. Oh, no, here's why.
What?
Mahomes was sitting on 2 touchdown passes in the fourth quarter. That pitch to Mecole Hardman was forward. It counted as a pass. That's the ball he fumbled out of the back of the end zone for the touchback.
Right.
You were a literal inch away from missing on that.
But that's how you gamble, bro. You got to take those risks.
Oh, you knew that was.
I had a feeling.
Yeah.
I told you I had a feeling.
I just said his name. Who fumbled the ball?
You leak.
What?
I don't know. Was it?
No, you leaking in your jeans right now because your prostate is so effing big. Mecole Hardman. How about Mecole Hardman yesterday?
Wait, his name is Mecole?
Mecole Hardman. Like Nicole, but with me.
Mecole. All right.
There's no I in team, but there's a me in Mecole.
All right.
He had 2 carries. All right, 1 catch, 1 carry, 2 fumbles, 1 lost.
All right.
Not the best night.
Not great for him.
Okay. All right, so I take that one.
But you are 1-0. All
right.
Congratulations, buddy. Hey, let's see if we can ride this into our next pick here.
What was the next one?
Well, you're about to find out. Let's get to our second pick from Friday from Tommy on CMF. Over under 300 yards passing.
Yeah.
For Josh Allen.
So 300 yards total yardage.
Passage.
I am going to take the over, like a C hair over, but I'm taking the over by a C hair.
I think you want the under, and you're afraid of the blowback from Bills fans if you take the under. That's what I think. What are you scared? What are you scared? Oh, Tommy, I don't want to take the over, but I'm going to take the over because I want to pander to people listening to the show because I'm a scared-ass bitch. Take the under if you think
I
it's the
can't
under.
win.
You bitch, take the under.
No, I'm
then.
taking a C over.
You're going to take the over.
Just a C.
No, because here's what he's
if
going to
I
do.
just get it, it's going to really piss you off.
Well, no, because you got it either way.
No,
you
you'll
don't
be
have
pissed
to.
off. You all root against me every week.
No, I root for the Bills.
Yeah.
No, you all root against me.
So to be clear, you're over by a
C hair.
300 yards passing for Josh
And that's
Allen.
kind of calling my shot. I'm saying just a C hair over.
Josh Allen last night,
They should have thrown the ball more.
26 of 39. It was the perfect game plan.
Was?
26
Why
of
they home?
39. They were
He
home
did
last
throw
night.
it a couple times, just didn't work out for you.
Touchdown through the air.
How about that big one Diggs missed?
Yeah.
Jesus
that
Christ.
was a
That
big
would
miss.
have. I would have gotten fat on that play.
No, you wouldn't.
This thing
'cause
blows butt.
He only threw for 186 yards.
What?
He only threw for 186 yards. You had him over
Sucks.
300. Even if you hit on that pass to Diggs, it would have added
Yeah,
40,
it's
50
They
yards.
should have been throwing more or less with the goddamn running.
But it was working. At least for a little while.
It worked till it doesn't.
It works. Shut up. It worked till it doesn't. Look, they wanted to keep the ball on the ground and control the clock, which they absolutely
What did they get, 24
did.
points total?
24-27, yeah, which is weird. You know, Vegas gives you 2.5 to 3 points for being the home team. They scored 20 in Kansas City. They scored 24 at home.
Look at this.
How about that? Josh finishes the game last night, 258 total yards and 3 touchdowns. So he didn't even get to 300 with his rushing yards. He led the team in rushing last night, too.
Did he have like 100 yards?
72.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Around 72.
Attaboy.
Yeah. It sucks.
Well, yeah.
Even Josh said it sucks.
Well, what's he going to say? Hey, guys, I actually felt pretty good about how I played. The rest of them, not so much. Hey, Muley post-game excuse Monday. You're 1-1, buddy. You're okay. Well, hey.
McDermott, boring-ass ball.
What?
I don't know.
Why are you mad?
Because they lost.
Mad
I'm
on
losing.
No, you don't care. They don't.
He's mad on multiple levels.
He has not been upset about anything until we get to his segment. You do not care that the Bills lost.
No, but then I get the McDermott shaft over here.
The McDermott shaft. You should be so lucky. Let's get to our third pick from Tommy on Friday on CMF. Over/under 4.5 receptions for Khalil Shakir on Sunday.
I am going to take the over. I think he's got to get his 5 lousy catches in this game to give it away. Come on.
That's a lot of catches.
That's 5 in a whole.
He's the
3 hours. You're going to catch the ball 5 times.
He's the third receiver. You can make the argument with Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid the way they've been used. He's the fourth
and
or
Dalton's
fifth.
been dropping.
He had a touchdown catch last week.
But he's also been doing some dropping.
What are you talking about?
The boy drops.
He has the record for the most receptions by a rookie in Buffalo Bills history.
Hey, as a youngin', he's doing great. But I'm just going to take 5 lousy catches from this kid.
So you are going to be over on Khalil Shakir 5.5 catches.
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay, no, I'm just making sure.
You got to ask yourself.
Khalil Shakir last night.
What do you get?
44 yards, an amazing touchdown catch on 7 catches.
Ooh, I got it.
The kid had 7 catches.
Damn,
He's
I'm
arrived.
on fire.
Yeah.
Kimmy.
Yeah,
Was,
they were calling him glue hands on the broadcast last night.
Start calling him glue hands from now on.
Glue hands.
No, but I mean, he had several first down grabs that kept drives alive. You finally found a guy who can consistently complement your number 1 wide receiver. And by the way, you said that Dalton Kincaid's been dropping.
Yeah.
5 targets, 5 catches last night.
Well, because, he had to step up.
He led the team in receiving 45 yards on 5 catches.
Yeah, I mean, I know that. I said the kid's coming up, but there's still room for improvement.
How do you improve on catching all of the balls thrown to you?
Well, we'll work on it.
Okay. So you're 2-2 right
now. On a tough game.
Holy crap. Well, no, I'm sorry. 2-1.
So I'm up.
You're up.
Oh.
All you got to do is hit one of these. No, all you got to do is hit one. My old man Wave, what happened? Go ahead, Kimmy. Give it to him. Tommy, do the Bills win? And if so, do they do it by 3 points?
Well, come on, Pat. I think everybody's pulling for Buffalo around here, don't you think, Patrick?
Pull. This is not about pulling. This is about what you think is going to
pull. You got to keep it tight. You got to pull it tight. Tight, Patrick. Tight.
Stop talking like that.
You pull it.
Why are you doing that?
With your little fist.
Will you answer the damn question?
You take your 2 little fists and you pull it. I say the Bills win the game.
Okay.
Now, what was your second question?
Do the Bills win by 3? Don't do it, you stupid son of a bitch.
So we're talking covering by 3 points.
Yeah.
In a game that they desperately need.
Yes. Do the Bills win by 3?
Oh, the Bills definitely win and they cover.
Okay.
Yeah. Of course.
So now you're even again.
Mm.
All right, but that's okay.
Right.
If your bonus pick hits, then you'll be up. And you'll finish.
Your vision.
You'll finish. Yeah, you said this came to you while you were sleeping.
A vision.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get to Tommy's bonus pick. This makes or breaks him finishing with a win this season. Buckle up.
What? That's so fast, buddy.
Been waiting this whole time to hear this.
This crowd's going to be going insane, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, the fans are going to be crazy.
It's going to be loud.
So I say at the end, first of all, here's my predictions, okay?
All right.
Taylor's going to be at the game, obviously.
Okay. It's not a definite.
No.
You've already.
Yeah.
I say she's at the game.
Okay. All right.
And I say they chopper her in, like I said. They land her on the old Ralph Wilson landing pad, and that's how she gets to the stadium. So they are going to taunt her the entire game.
As she's getting off a helicopter?
No, in her suite.
Oh.
When she's in the suite, they are going to taunt.
The closed suite?
At the end of the game, she's going to be so pissed off at those fans.
Yeah.
She goes total Brian Cox, double birds to the Bills fans because
you think Taylor Swift.
Bills are going to win.
Yeah.
She's going to be pissed off at how this game ends, and she's going to be so sick of these fans. She's going to double Brian Cox, double Bird.
Through the window.
Well, you'll see it right there. I saw DeMar doing the heart in a snowstorm. You don't think I can see her dainty little bird fingers?
He's so excited to do the finger.
I know.
And then Donut Delights makes the bird donut.
Shut up!
Monday morning, you'll be able to get the Taylor Swift finger donut at Donut Delights.
Kimmy, you notice, first of all, hit him with the horn. You noticed something on Friday that I'd like you to point out to everybody again.
He's starting to do the old man thing where he puts S's on words where the S doesn't belong.
Well, I think an S should be there. Donut Delights.
No, Donuts Delight.
Donuts Delight.
No, it delights you.
No, but you move.
Donut Delights.
You move the letter S for no reason. Donuts Delight. Donut Delights. Why would the second one make more sense?
It just sounds better to me. Maybe they should think about it.
By the way, Taylor Swift handled everything with grace yesterday. The crowd was booing her. She was blowing him kisses instead of giving her the bird, which I think is more dickish, but hey, more power to you.
Whatever.
Well, she's a class act.
Well, no, I mean, you're not. You could have just ignored it, but you get booed. You got to do what you got to do, I guess. All right, so 2 and 3.
All right. A tough week. That was a tough one.
Every week with you is a tough
I've been banged up.
What?
I came limping into this game myself.
Yeah? I thought that was because of the boots you were wearing. I didn't think it was an injury.
Might be.
All right. So normally on post-game Mondays after 9 o'clock, we have one of our Bills experts break down the game. But look, I don't feel like breaking down that game again.
Right.
I don't think you guys do either.
Yeah, I don't think anybody does.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
That being said, along with Taylor Swift, it turns out there were a ton of other celebrities at that Bills game last night. It was like a Laker game for God's sakes.
Really?
So we'll go down the list of all the people that ended up inside that stadium. Some we knew, some we didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And there were 3 in particular that I think in this area would get people the most excited to see. And of those 3 people, celebrities that were in the park, in the stadium last night, which one would you want to watch the game with? And we'll get to it just after 9 o'clock here on a post-game Monday here in the break room on CMF. They say risk versus reward. We're a big risk versus reward show when it comes to crime here. And, oh, my God, this woman.
What happened?
She committed a crime that everybody knows can get you federal jail time.
Oh.
Like if I don't work at your job and I know that you doing this gets you federal jail time, might want to think about doing it.
All right.
And she was caught red effing handed. Wait until you hear what her potential punishment will be for what she walked away with.
Wow.
Sit tight. We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. even folks who don't have this job know how severe the punishment for stealing from it can be. And that's something this woman is about to find out the hard way, because she could be locked away for a little while. And her take was less than what it cost to get into that Bills game yesterday.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 8:25, 8:30 this morning, Tommy. With the legalization of marijuana in New York State, legalization of mobile sports books. It's been wide open.
Oh, yeah, it's like Vegas, baby.
That's right. Well, it's about to get a little more wide open if some lawmakers have their way.
What else we get? This
one might be a bridge too far, man. They're touting potentially billions of dollars in tax revenue.
Ooh. The one that never gets passed?
I'm going to tell you what it is. No, because this is new. This is relatively new.
Oh, is it new Vice?
Vice is old. The way to use it is new. And we'll explain just after 8:25, 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. A few months ago, we in the break room found out about Marlene Cruz. Do you remember her?
No.
She worked as a postal carrier in the city of Rochester.
Oh.
And there were some issues on her route.
Yeah, come up a little short, are you?
Well, Tommy, students at Eastman started reporting some of their mail had been tampered with.
Oh.
In response, the post office set up what they call integrity tests. So they place a surveillance camera in an employee's truck, and they send out test mail to see if that employee will mess with it.
Oh, so they kind of set you up.
You got it.
So the employee has no idea that this is happening.
Not at all. They don't know the camera's there. They don't know that there's test mail.
Damn.
Sure enough, story in the DNC says multiple surveillance photos from different days show her opening mail, looking for cash.
Wow, I had no idea they did this whole operation.
Yeah.
Like this
pretty
existed.
intense.
Yeah.
Cold busted. There is one still photo
She must have thought she hit too, right? Because it's too easy. Money.
Wow,
And if you've been doing it to that point,
There is one still photo they have that they printed in the DNC. She's opening up a birthday card with like a 20 in it, and she is unknowingly leaning the card towards the camera.
Oh, my
You
God.
can read the number on the bill, and she's like, ooh. Last week, she pleaded guilty and admitted to opening close to 90 letters, taking cash, gift cards, lottery tickets inside. And here's where you Law and Order types are going to laugh.
What's that?
Tommy, she's looking at up to 6 months behind bars.
Yeah.
And a $9,500 fine under the plea deal that she took. You want to know what her total take was according to authorities?
How much?
$120.
What?
yeah.
That's it?
That's it.
I mean, I guess that's believable.
You only got $100.
Yeah, I mean, so that's the amount she opened, right? You said 90 or how much?
She opened 90-something letters according to her
so
in the
of those
plea.
letters, like what would be the percentage that would actually have something in it, let alone like a significant amount?
Yeah, but I would think
Just tampering with the mail in general. You're just opening mail you shouldn't be touching. That's going to get you in trouble, even if you didn't get zero.
Absolutely, but I don't know. I would have thought if you open 90 letters, you're going to do better than $120 in cash, gift cards, and lottery tickets.
If you hit a couple, at least.
Like, I mean, think about it this way, man. What she could do 6 months behind bars for and pay $9,500 was less than half of the worst seat in the house at that Bills game last night.
And
One
you lost
seat.
a great job.
Yeah.
On top of that.
You ain't kidding.
You had a job that had great benefits you could have had for 20 years.
Well, that's why I wonder if something like that, like stealing mail, is more about the thrill of opening it and seeing what's inside.
Oh, that's a good point. That's fun. It's a lot of fun. You get a birthday card.
Like you may
card?
not even be doing it thinking you're going to score big. It may just be the temptation of, well, I want to see what's in here.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you're going to take it, whatever's in there.
Oh, you
no,
are.
I'm not. Oh, I know you're going to take it, but I'm saying
It's not like, no, guys, I was just doing it for the adrenaline. I'll
no,
put
but
it
I'm
back.
saying maybe you did it not thinking that you were gonna, find, you knew you weren't gonna be a millionaire off of doing it.
Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. So with this woman pleading guilty, she could do jail time.
Yeah.
And have thousands of dollars in fines for just over $100 worth of stealing. Is that fair?
Yeah, I guess so, right? I mean, is it fair to...
Does the punishment fit the crime?
I mean, yeah, because it's such a trusted job.
Okay.
Being a mail carrier, you know what I mean? Like, you put a lot of trust in these people.
No, you're right. You're right.
And if it goes out the rails, we're all screwed.
So you're saying then, because you do federal prison time for this, right? Is that because it's a federal crime?
Yeah, you go into the big house.
All right, so you're telling me that if she gets 6 months and they fine her $5,000, you are totally okay with that?
Yeah, first of all, you're never getting that fine money out of her.
How do you know?
How?
Well,
she's unemployed.
She's got a knapsack in her garage. She's got to go through first.
Yeah, she's screwed.
Well, I think she's in her 40s. She's gonna go get another job. You're gonna get $5,000. $5,000 is not. I mean, it's a lot of money, but it's not like lifetime garnishing wages. A lot of money. Kimmy, if this woman has to do 6 months in jail and pay a $5,000 fine over $120 she stole, is that excessive punishment?
Excessive? No, I think that's fair. I think it's fair.
Man, look at you two hanging judges hanging out in the break room.
Well, I'm just disappointed she only got $100. I'm pissed off at her.
Well, but
you should get from not trying harder.
Wait, you're not upset that she stole from the mail?
I am.
No, you're not.
I am.
And you want her to do jail time?
I do.
And
pay the fine.
And you're somebody that sends that kind of stuff through the mail.
You had stuff stolen, didn't you?
But she's a chick. So 6 months in chick jail, chick federal pen.
Okay.
What do you get if you're just a regular person like that doesn't work for the post office and you steal a piece of mail? Isn't it way worse?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know.
Like if I went into my neighbor's.
Yeah, like if you went and took a package off somebody's porch.
Well, that's just porch pirating.
No, I know, but doesn't that come with like a pretty heavy amount of jail time?
You never hear about it.
Yeah, I've never heard of anyone being prosecuted for that. How do you catch them? I think it's worse when you go into somebody's mailbox than taking something off a front step.
Maybe that's what it is then.
But even there, I mean, you would think you would punish the postal carrier more, to Tommy's point, because of the trust you have to put in these people, right? Like
it's an inside job.
Like, think about it this way, right? Like, that mail carrier, as soon as that piece of mail leaves the facility, it is their word against everyone else's what happened to it.
Right, it just disappeared.
Exactly. And, like, here's the thing. Those people could deliver the mail, and it could still get taken by somebody else walking around, or it could get misplaced by somebody who was supposed to get the letter, whatever. So, like, there's going to be times where you have to trust them 100%, even though the letter didn't get there.
Right.
I can't believe both of you aren't even like a little. You're mad she didn't get more money, and you still want her to get 6 months and $5,000.
Yes. I mean, I don't know what kind of jail she's going to go to because she's not a violent person. So
Okay, well,
maybe she goes to like one of them lower end.
You just make things up in
different
your
levels of jail.
Well, yeah. Well, there's Supermax, and then there's like
Supermax.
Well, yeah, I don't think she's going to be next to the Unabomber.
There's like Wuss jail. She probably goes to like Chick Wuss federal jail.
I don't know. Are there a lot of federal jails you get to choose from? 252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this woman. She was a postal carrier in the city of Rochester. Some folks on her route reported their mail had been tampering with. The USPS, according to the DNC, set up what they called an integrity test. Placed a surveillance camera in her truck, sent out dummy mail to see if she'd open it up. They got her. Dead nuts, cold busted, on camera, opening this stuff up. She's looking at up to 6 months behind bars and a $9,500 fine after a plea deal, and her take in the entire scam was $120.
So I just looked up the general mail theft code, I guess. It says anyone who steals and or benefits from an act of mail theft shall be fined or imprisoned up to 5 years.
Damn, so she's getting off light.
Well, plea deal, you know?
Yeah.
So here's the most interesting part of this story.
Right.
As part of the plea deal she took, it says she had to come clean about everything she stole out of the mail.
Okay.
And it also says in the story in the DNC that the $120, we know she took $120 because that's the restitution she has to pay. Tommy, if it's discovered between now and her sentencing that she took more than the $120 she admitted to.
That she lied about her plea deal.
Yeah. The deal could change.
Well, I'm guessing it's going to be way worse.
You would think so.
Because they thought you were... Because you are asking somebody that steals to now tell me the truth, and I'll give you something.
Well, you're given an opportunity to come clean.
Yeah.
Well, you know what made it really complicated? Because did you say she stole like lottery scratch-offs too?
Yeah, that's what according to the story.
What if she hit on one of those? Because you stole what's $2 worth of
What's the value you're asking?
Yeah, like what would be the value?
Because that money would have been the recipient's money, so you are stealing that money. It's got to be. It's got to be. It's probably whatever's more, the value of the ticket or whatever the prize.
But the odds of that happening, that's got to be pretty small.
Well, let's say you hit for $20.
All right.
So do you bang her for the 2 or do you bang her for the 20?
I think you get banged for the 20.
All right. Let me ask you a question.
Right.
Let me ask you a question. So let's say you are this woman. All right. You've admitted to $120 worth of stealing. But you know you've taken like $500.
Oh, sure.
Okay. So they offer you the plea and they go, listen, $120, maybe you won't do jail time. We'll hit you with the fine. You can move on with your life. But if we find out that there's any more, the plea deal changes. Do you come clean?
No. I would still lie. I told you I lied when I had to do that lie detector when I worked at Winn-Dixie.
No, but if they find out, your life could be turned upside down.
Yeah.
But they ask you questions, and I'm not telling them.
No, but I'm saying, like, if it comes out later,
like
you're
they
like,
launch a whole investigation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think I'm still going to lie. Just to take, I don't have to do.
You're going to take the risk.
Right.
Kimmy, are you lying, or are you going to come clean?
I'm a terrible liar. I'm probably coming clean. And I know it's a stupid thing to do, but I think I'm just like, I would freak out. They're like, they're going to find out. They're going to find out.
But
It'll
I'm always
mess with my
afraid
head.
if I say something, they're going to turn the screws on me. If I come clean,
Okay.
they'll find some way to turn the screws on me.
Okay, but
I don't trust them.
The man who stole doesn't trust him.
No.
Okay.
Well, listen, man, that guy's probably dirty too.
See, you're doing it again.
What?
You're doing it again. Hey, look, I did something bad, but I'm going to make up something you did.
Look at
say
this
it out
corporate
loud.
greed going on. These golden parachutes and these gold-plated Cadillacs.
The United States Postal Service?
Or you don't think there's some bad business going on?
What are you talking about?
I don't know what goes on. I don't know how they run their business.
Kimmy, and you said, your way was the dumber way. I think the smarter thing to do is just to come straight up clean. Look, the USPS has their own police department. We found that out.
I understand.
I mean,
They
they're
do
going to,
these deep
can
investigations.
look into who reported their mail being lost or stolen.
And we're talking federal prison time
I
here,
know.
man. Like, at that point, end game, it's over. I'm coming straight clean.
Okay,
I am not messing with federal prison any longer than I have to.
I understand.
I love you. Like, you think you can handle it. Like, you're going to be playing tennis next to the Wolf of Wall Street and Cheech Marin.
Yeah.
Was it Cheech or Chong who went to federal prison?
Tommy Chong. Tommy Chong.
Tommy Chong. Tommy Chong. Cheech! We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. We had asked for $120 stealing out of the mail. Would 6 months and a $5,000 fine be too much? Dan says it's going to cost us way more money to lock her up for $120. It doesn't make sense to me. I get using this as a deterrent, but does it ever really stop anybody?
I think in this case you have to. You can't. You got to set an example for male employees.
Sure. But no, I mean, he brings up a good point.
It is going to cost you. Well, yeah.
But we've seen this over and over again. And look, man, I'm fine if she gets 6 months and 5 Gs. I'm not here to argue, like, save this woman. But we've seen this story over and over again. We've seen people get the books thrown at them hard. Keeps happening.
I know.
So, like, this idea of crime as a deterrent may not be the most
You would
smartest
think
thing.
the thing that would really send the message is more the whole process of how they caught her. Because now if I'm a postal worker, I might think, like, how do I know they're not watching me right now?
All right, well, that would be a good deterrent, too.
know what I mean?
How about the idea of just there could be a camera in your car at any
Yeah,
time? Would be
yeah.
enough of a deterrent.
Right.
Maybe not. I don't know. Let's talk to Michelle, 252-WCMF. Hey, Michelle, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Go, Michelle, what do you got?
Listen, that's a federal offense what she did.
Yeah.
So that's a whole different level of, where she's going to go and what her fine and stuff's going to be.
Yeah, see, Tommy,
Because
see,
if
here's
one of
state,
us-
here's
if one
state,
of us
here's
did
state.
that-
Here's the new level.
The federal
The
level.
federal level.
All right.
State's here, federal's here.
Well, if one of us did that, that's a federal offense. We would be charged as such.
Well, no, I don't know. I mean, that's the debate, right? Like, who gets charged more? If I walk in up to my buddy's mailbox, open up an envelope, and take $50 out of it, do I get charged as harshly as a woman who works for the postal office? Because Tommy brings a great point up. You want to make sure that you set an example.
Yeah, the
right?
people that are handling the mail are honest.
Yeah.
Well, absolutely. And that also comes with being raised with morals and ethics and stuff. It's, but maybe she's desperate. Maybe she needed the money. Who knows?
I don't know what side you're on,
But-
Michelle. Being raised with morals. Maybe
I'm
she's
not
desperate.
on anybody's side. Because it's hard because you don't know what she was going through at that time. But on the other hand, she had a job to do and she didn't do her job.
Do your job.
So
Don't steal.
All right. Well,
Most of the people,
I got
so-
you. Michelle, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of the day. There goes Michelle.
What?
I don't. But it's weird to me when people come in hard. It's federal offense. That's what you get.
And then she starts walking it back.
I don't know what she's going through, though. Like, okay, I get it.
Girls going through some stuff, man.
All right, everybody, I hope we got to move on. I really appreciate the call. I'd love to take more of your stealing is wrong no matter what calls, but, we have things to talk about.
What's that?
Well, they say casinos are a bunch of thieves, Tommy.
Well, what happened now?
Well, no, nothing. Nothing happened, right? Like, if you enjoy gambling, you just got to do it responsibly.
Yeah.
But sometimes that can be harder than other times. New York State has been blasted wide open with, what do they call those, Tommy? Sin ability. They have those sin taxes, right?
Right.
So we can buy marijuana now legally, and they tax it. And we can have mobile sports gaming, and they can tax it.
Enjoy your vice.
There's one more vice, thank you. that if some lawmakers in New York have their way, you will be able to access at any time you want simply from your phone.
Wow.
And this, especially more than these other two we talked about, seems way more dangerous.
Wow.
We'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. State of New York's changing fast, man.
Oh, yeah, times are changing, Pat.
Things we once couldn't imagine being okay here, marijuana, sports books, and are legal, and they're making a fortune.
Now what are we going to get?
Well, Tommy, there's a new proposal to take it even further.
Damn.
The illegal things we love to do. But it's possible this one might be a bridge too far.
Much?
I think
we can't handle it?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, by the way, you can watch the show.
Watch us talk.
Yeah, that's right. Tune in to see a man who's going on 45 minutes sleep after a devastating evening where he walked out of his boots.
Oh, man.
You can log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. That's right. Watch us live. The show is all being broadcast live. You can catch us on YouTube and Twitch. The Break Room, WCMF, all of that. Brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing. It tasted too good last night. Tommy, there is a new proposal to make online casino table games legal in the state of New York.
So you could play blackjack, all the table games?
Yep, it's called. I don't know which ones would be available, but blackjack, poker, those are two of them.
So it'd be like playing online poker.
Yes, you got it. It's called iGaming, and it would give folks in New York the chance to download an app and play table games you'd play at any other casino from wherever you have your phone in your hand.
Yeah, why not?
And you would be gambling real money, and the wins and losses would be the same ones you'd be getting if you were sitting inside a brick and mortar casino.
Yeah.
So you're 100% okay with this.
First of all, table gaming is like small compared to like the machines.
Okay.
So you're not even talking a lot of gamblers.
Well, it's.
I mean, maybe more if it's just convenient now. Maybe. Okay.
Okay. So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The argument for this is pretty obvious. Money.
Yeah.
So it turns out New Jersey and Pennsylvania have already legalized this.
So you can do online poker room. Basically.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the revenue projections for the state of New York, they say have them making roughly $1 billion in tax money annually.
Oh, you got to do it.
Sounds pretty good, right?
Take it.
The argument against this?
What?
Well, there's a couple of them.
You're going to lose the house. You lost the house.
We'll get there.
Right.
But the first big argument, folks who already work at casinos seem to not love this.
Okay. I guess that makes sense. I mean, it's a large segment that's employed that you may not have a need for.
But only some casinos have table games, not all of them.
Yeah, but the ones that do, I mean, look, so the state of New York allowed more casinos all those years back. You remember.
Right.
And the projections versus what actually happened didn't exactly line up. Some of them have been struggling.
Yeah.
The worry here is that if you allow people to just play table games and sit at their house, that they're not going to go to the casino even more.
I'm thinking though there are certain gamblers that have to be around people.
Okay.
And
because if I know gamblers, if there's one, they're all social butterflies.
But they like the experience of doing it in person.
But poker and like those table games, those are different people than the people that sit at the slot machine. So my point is, I don't think those people will stay away from the table games.
Okay, look,
I think the other people, you were never going to get their money anyway. So get it online.
You're thinking it doesn't take away so much from the in-person stuff,
right? Because these guys love to work a table when they're playing.
Look,
you know what I mean?
You know this better than I do, right? I
It's
am
very
naive to
communal.
this. Okay, maybe that's a possibility.
Yeah.
The second argument against this is what you touched on a second ago.
What did I touch?
The fear that people will literally spend all of their money. And that's the most obvious issue here.
Yeah.
You can throw someone who's too drunk or blowing all their cash out of a casino. You wouldn't know with these apps. It would be 100% up to the self-control of the player, which is a dangerous proposition when it's just you and your phone.
Yeah, but if a guy wants to lose all his money, let him lose all his money.
Okay, but
you
see,
can't stop it.
Well, you can. Like, for example, if he were to go to a casino, drink himself to a point where he can't gamble the right way, the casino is going to step in and have a responsibility
There's
to
some
stop
monitoring
him.
there.
So if a guy comes in straight and just wants to
You're right.
blow his money.
But on top of that, there is a built-in barrier with what you're describing. To go in and blow all your money, you have to get to the casino.
Yeah, you do.
You have to drive out there. You have to have the money to get there. You have to have the money to gamble. You have to have the time. With this, if it becomes legal, in theory, you could gamble all day while you're working on your phone, and no one would know.
And the fact that other states are doing it, you're fighting a losing battle. The future's here, and it wants your money. And they're going to give it to them.
And it wants your money.
If Jersey's already doing it.
Yeah, bro, you want to model everything after Jersey? Because I got a boardwalk that's going cheap right now.
Well, I do wonder how many people are already doing it illegally
offshore?
online. Yeah, like where maybe you just attract like those people, that are already doing it in some way.
Okay. Look, and that's probably, you're right. You're just losing money and not letting those people do it legally and take the tax money. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Despite that argument, it still seems like a bridge too far from me. Like, doesn't it need some guardrails?
I mean, maybe you could monitor people online, see what they're doing,
Well,
But, I mean, I don't think you should.
Is there maybe a maximum that they'll allow you to bet or lose online?
This is all in its infancy, so I don't know. I think this is the second time in the last couple of years this has come up from some state lawmakers here in New York. But I don't know. Like, I love my mobile sports game. Right? Love it. Mm-hmm. This seems different to me because there aren't 24/7 sporting events unless you are a complete degenerate for you to gamble on. Like, outside of March Madness, you can't sit up from sun up to sundown and gamble all day. There are natural barriers there. There wouldn't be with this proposal.
It's a 24-hour casino.
Exactly. If you want to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and start playing poker, you can do that if you wanted to. And like you said, Kimmy, unless the state was able to establish rules, you can only bet X amount a day or gamble for X amount of time. But you're also a guy, Tommy, as you champion this idea. You think everything should be legal.
Yes. Yeah.
You think if a guy wants to do heroin, he should be able to shoot heroin.
If a guy wants to sit in his house and shoot up, and he's not hurting anybody else, he's not behind a car, yes.
But, I mean...
At one time in this country, you could do all that stuff.
Okay, yeah, and things were going so well. One guy's shoulder higher than the other.
That's why it was the Wild West, baby. Those guys were having fun, man.
No, but I think...
Shooting each other in the street. You looked at my wife.
I think there's a flaw in your argument. Because you go, if they're not behind the wheel of a car and they're sitting by themselves, they don't hurt anybody. But you don't know who relies on that person. If they have a family.
That's their business, though.
Well, but that's what I mean. Like, what about an innocent...
Maybe they don't want to be around you. They'd rather do heroin than talk to you on the phone.
What about an innocent kid who has no say in any of it?
But you're not going to stop that guy.
You don't know that. If you make it legal, you're going to attract people that wouldn't have done it in the first place.
But there's also guys that just, why can't I make that choice for myself?
Because you're making it for yourself and other people.
But that's how life works.
That's not an argument.
Yes, it is.
That's how life works.
I get to choose how I want to live.
No, but here's the thing. If you were to run your mouth like you do every day, and one day I just can't take it anymore, and I get up and I punch you in the face. Yeah. That's how life works. You
that's an assault.
No, is it an assault? Yeah. I think assault should be legal if you run your mouth.
See, it shouldn't. My rules are do what you want. You can't hurt other people.
Well, but you hurt me by saying those things.
Well, that's an emotional.
Whatever. No, that's how life is.
You need to get over yourself. Like, I think prostitution should be legal.
I'm with you on that. But that makes, in my opinion, that makes it more safe than it is right now.
No, absolutely.
I don't know if this makes gambling more safe. I would say it's the opposite.
Gambling's not safe. It's not designed to be safe.
I understand.
Right? There's an element of risk. That's why you want to do it.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this new proposal from some state lawmakers. It's called iGaming. It would give folks in the state of New York the opportunity to download an app and play casino and table games like you would at any brick-and-mortar casino on your phone. The state says New Jersey and Pennsylvania are already doing this, and with the population of New York, they are estimating $1 billion a year on top of the $1 billion we're making from sports gambling, and who knows how many billion we're going to make from marijuana.
It'll be like Monte Carlo.
Let's talk to Kevin. Hey, Kevin, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
Yo.
Well, there is a way to potentially kind of curb the ability to, lose your house, as you say.
Yeah. How?
So they could adopt an algorithm or an AI similar to what Twitch has, where if it recognizes you funneling too much money into the app, it'll actually cut you off for a certain period of time.
Oh, okay. All right.
To prevent you from being able to spend your entire life savings.
It's like a digital wife standing over your shoulder.
Digital wife. Okay, but then it raises the ethical question, how much is too much, Kevin? Because
like where do you set the bar?
Because everybody's different.
Yeah, like Tommy, the money that he can spend is much different than the money his wife can spend safely. You know what I'm saying?
And that's kind of where somebody's going to have to come up with that specific number for the algorithm and everything else. It's going to depend on that.
Okay.
But there is a way to do it.
Okay.
It's a matter of figuring out the mathematics of it.
Are you pro or anti this, Kevin? Do you think it's a good idea?
I personally don't care because I think that the people that want to go play table games are going to go play in person, especially for maybe not blackjack, but poker, especially because of the fact that being able to read people is part of the game.
Man.
Gotta see a tell.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a tell.
Even though everyone's wearing dark sunglasses inside. You guys know, you realize you look like douches when you do that, right? I just want to put that out there. And I'm saying it because I love you guys. You look like douches.
And it really doesn't help that much when you wear dark sunglasses. So,
Kevin, thanks for the call, buddy. Kevin's a very serious poker player, it sounds like.
His idea sucks.
Well, no,
It's like limit your money. It takes the fun out of it, man.
Well, it takes the fun out of risking your entire existence.
That's why. But that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
It would be
No,
cool.
I like to bet on Bills games because like it adds a little bit of excitement. I don't want my mortgage on the game.
No, but there are certain guys. They're whales. They want to. They want to go all in, and like that's got to be a thrill though, for these. That's what they live for.
You know how there's the app where you can stop yourself from texting or calling, drunk dialing.
Yeah.
Maybe they have that for this, where you can actually, if you know that you're somebody that likes to drink and gamble and make bad decisions, you can limit yourself where it actually cuts you off.
Yeah, but here's the problem. It's like there's guys that you knew back in the day who they would make money gambling, give the money to somebody else, and they're like, don't give it back to me. 15 minutes later,
banging on your door.
Exactly, and there's gonna be a way to turn that off, right? So, it's off again.
Yeah.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Dan writes us, I'd rather see the state let Indian casinos open up in every major city in New York like they plan with downtown Rochester next year. Okay, let's say you had one or the other. You got to choose one.
All right, so what's my choice?
iGaming, like we're just talking about, or the state opens a Native American casino in every city in New York, major city, Rochester, Syracuse, Albany, blah, blah, blah.
Mm.
Which one do you like better?
I think you're going to make more money online.
Okay,
it's easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that money never filters to the street anyway.
I also-
for these regular casinos.
You say it's not taking it to the street?
It ain't taking it to the street. The doobies are out.
Gotcha.
Card games, if you enjoy playing them, I can also see people that don't go to the casino because it could be intimidating if you're not like a regular.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I wonder if that prevents a lot of people from going and doing it in person.
Remember when Kimmy got married at Turning Stone?
Yes.
Yeah.
And my wife had this idea that the casino was going to be like every James Bond movie.
Yeah,
she's
it
ever
was
seen.
Monte
Vegas.
Carlo. Everybody's in dinner jackets and gowns.
You got it. So my wife got very intimidated, and she
Yeah,
didn't want to
it's-
play any games. So we went to breakfast, the four of us.
Yes.
Your wife and my wife wanted to play something.
Yeah.
So it was like, one betting disc, please. And they lay it down, and the lady had to
So
explain
lame.
that. Bro, we were there for 30 seconds,
Yes.
standing there embarrassed by both of our wives. Yet neither of us helped them.
No, I wasn't getting involved.
What do you mean I'm getting involved? It was a $5 bet. Did they play roulette? I can't remember.
Yeah, it was a table game.
Yeah.
It might have been dice.
No, my wife wouldn't have played dice.
Yeah, it must have been the roulette.
Wait. Why would you
What?
play dice?
Well,
It's
dice are
weird
fun.
of all of the games you could have picked.
Well, dice is a game that you can play anywhere. What?
Yeah.
Yes. It's not a.
I don't know
It's
what
not
argument
a.
you're making.
It's not a race thing.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, you're kind of making race face.
Wait, no, race face.
That's it right there. That's
Everybody
race face. What do you say? What do you
And I
say?
look like
Why play dice?
By the way, you
Wait,
didn't
did you
call
play
it-
dice your whole life?
You didn't call it craps. You called it dice.
Dice, yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Because I've heard you call it craps. Let's take a break. You ever hear an idea that is so stupid it's brilliant?
Probably, yeah.
Like this show, for
Yeah.
example. This started as an April Fool's joke a couple of years ago. And it got such positive feedback
Really?
that you can now buy, when it gets back in stock, the most unique flavored lip balm you've ever heard in your life. 'Cause
Wait, lip balm?
it's two major companies coming together, both of them available at your local grocery
Yeah,
store.
it's like a flavor.
Oh, boy, is it. And here's the thing. It's surprising it took this long, because who made the rule that all lip balms have to be sweet?
Oh.
We'll tell you. Next in the break room, 96.5 WCMF. It started as a joke.
Oh.
And then everyone was like, well, wait a minute, this actually sounds like a good idea.
So it's catching on.
Well, no, it has caught on because if you can find these, you can now buy them. The problem is they become so wildly popular, they've sold out everywhere.
Damn.
And I guess the question is, who decided lip balm always needed to be sweet?
Well, it's usually just like a minty flavor, right, or something.
Well, you can get like
Save that too.
candy.
Candy.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 9 o'clock. It is a post-game Monday. Bill's season's over after what happened last night. And normally this is where we have our expert in, but nobody wants to recap that game.
I can't imagine.
And not to mention, there's a more important thing to talk about.
What's that?
I mean, it was celebrities galore at Highmark Stadium last night, not just Taylor Swift.
So you saw some people.
I literally bumped into one of my favorite human beings on the whole planet.
Well, that's not your dad. And he's kind of a celebrity.
There are 3 big names we're going to narrow it down to here. And if you had a choice to watch the game last night with one of them, who's it going to be?
Ooh.
And we'll get to it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So back in April of 2022, Hidden Valley Ranch,
the salad dressing?
As an April Fool's joke, put out lip balm.
Wait, you can have like
ranchy lips.
ranch lips.
Now, they didn't actually put it out.
You don't want to be called in Texas.
Ranchy lips?
The ranch lips.
Now, they didn't actually put it out for sale. They put out the product online. Hey, look at this funny. Well, all of a sudden, people were like, hey, that actually sounds pretty good.
Okay.
Kimmy, could you Google real quick what the lip balm company they partnered with? Because it was like one of the big ones. So these 2 companies decided to get together and chat.
All right.
And they decided, let's put this out and see what happens.
Dressing lips.
Burt's Bees.
Burt's Bees, thank you. They released the product last weekend, and the limited edition Hidden Valley lip balm sold out in a matter of hours.
That doesn't sound appealing to me.
Well, it sounds appealing enough to some people, Tommy, where the 4 packs of lip balm are selling for as much as $250 on the secondary
Come on.
market. Hand to God.
People are insane, man.
So if you have kids, I know that there are certain brands of like chapstick and stuff like that make weird flavors. Like I think there's a Doritos chapstick. Ooh. But again, like they make it for kids.
Chip lip.
Because
get that chip lip over there?
Because I don't know a lot of adults that would want to go around
smelling like a bag of chips
all day.
or a rancid salad.
So each of the Hidden Valley Ranch Burt's Bees lip balms come with 4 flavors.
Right. So it's different versions of ranch.
Yeah, well, you got your standard ranch.
Okay.
Then crunchy celery, fresh carrot, and buffalo sauce.
Oh, my God. You want to smell like wing mouth.
And the company says it works like every other lip balm.
Yeah.
I don't hate this idea.
I don't think I want to smell it all day on myself.
Why?
Because I wouldn't feel like I have a rancid mouth.
I would like to smell it just to see what it smells
like.
like.
Would you like that on your face all day?
Well, I'm trying to think, though. The thing is, they do make other food flavors. Like they make cupcake. They make, a lot of different like baked goods, something sweet.
It's always sweet.
Strawberry, whatever. And that's kind of the same concept. Like you're still smelling something you'd want to eat.
Like
right?
Who made the rule that all lip balm has to be sweet? Like, and it's always been sweet.
Well,
our entire lives.
You want a clean smell, I guess is what I'm saying. Like you brush your teeth, you gargle, you put this on your mouth. You want your mouth to be fresh. And I can't imagine if I'm smelling food on my mouth, it doesn't feel like my mouth is fresh. It feels like it's bad breath.
I also don't want something that's going to make me hungry. Like now I'm just constantly thinking of wings.
But wouldn't the cupcakes do the same thing?
Yeah, it does, and that's why I don't really love those kind of flavors.
That's why like you just go mint or you go spearmint. That's it.
How?
That's it. End of discussion.
Are you setting lip balm rules, you cranky old bastard?
I'm for wide open living, except for it comes to lip balm.
Seriously, you just argued that everyone should be able to do heroin, and now you're arguing we shouldn't have buffalo sauce lip balm.
I want regulated lip balm by the federal government.
Are going to take a bite out of this chapstick?
Oh, God. It's just like eating petroleum jelly or something.
That's exactly what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's Vaseline. On your mouth, man.
Do you think it even tastes remotely
like
it
probably
any of this
doesn't taste like it, but I don't know if like they just, out of curiosity because it smells a certain way.
I will say this. When I remember this distinctly. When I was in 2nd grade, you remember that Scholastic book fair they used to have, Kimmy?
Yeah.
Okay. So they were like bubblegum scented erasers.
Yeah.
And they smelled so good.
You were the kid.
You
that
ate
chewed
an
on the
eraser?
I just took a bite.
No, there were kids. Like you would see kids like because at the time like the big erasers were a big thing to have on your pencil,
Yep.
and you'd see the kids that would like take bites out of them. They couldn't help themselves.
The consistency on my teeth felt good, but it tasted like an eraser.
An eraser,
I
yeah.
would imagine.
Yeah. Just, a little, something on the package would help. I was only like 6. Give me a break.
All right.
252 WCMF, Hidden Valley Ranch, and Burt's Bees have gotten together to release lip balms that started as an April Fool's joke all the way back in 2022, but so many folks said they wanted them that they legitimately released them. Every pack has 4 flavors: ranch, crunchy celery, fresh carrot, and buffalo sauce. They sold out in a matter of minutes. They're going for as much as $250 right now in the secondary market. There's not another like food flavor you would want as a lip balm?
Maybe something summery, like watermelon or something like that. Like that kind of a flavor.
Watermelon? You're going to use watermelon? I did not expect that to come out of your mouth.
Well, I love watermelon.
No, everybody loves watermelon. It's just the idea of you with like a pink and green lip balm, like, time to go outside.
I think something like that, like cantaloupe, something fresh.
Cantaloupe?
No,
Yeah.
I see cucumber.
Cucumber would be good.
Yeah.
Can we talk about cucumber?
And I don't
for a
like
second?
cucumber, but it's a fresher smell.
Cucumber sucks so hard, and everyone's
Boy,
trying
you're
to
eating them wrong.
put cucumber in everything.
In
and
the
I
water,
hate it. Yeah, cucumber water. I'm going to put cucumbers in your salad. Hey, you want something crunchy that tastes like nothing? How about a cucumber?
I don't want
I like
anything.
a hint of cucumber.
I don't want anything strong in my mouth. I don't want anything strong around my lips. You know what I mean? I want it
What do you
fresh
mean by
and clean.
strong?
Like a wing sauce.
Like a heavy scent.
It's broken up relationships.
Salad dressing. Fresh. Light.
No, but celery's
Like
fresh
melon.
and light. Carrots are fresh and light.
Yeah, those aren't bad, but celery has no scent really I can think of.
Carrots smell. You know
Carrots have a
smell
little bit
like-
of a
smell
Yeah, they
like,
smell like
yeah.
carrots.
Yeah, a little bit.
If you walked into a
But it's very light smelling, yes. What?
A
What are you
little
making
earthy.
perfume now? You thank you, right? Like, oh, I catch tones of carrots.
Would you put like cinnamon or something like that? Or chocolate?
I bet you they have cinnamon. I think they make like a cinnamon bun fill in the blank. Again, like a
Ooh.
lot of these scents I always thought
I
were
would eat
geared
that.
towards kids. Yeah.
Wait, you want what?
I said I would not be able to keep myself from taking a bite of the cinnamon bun lip balm.
Well, you went cinnamon bun lip balm.
Yeah.
I guarantee you it exists somewhere.
It does. Why didn't you tell me?
Wait, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I just opened up a little kiosk.
What's it called?
It's in the men's room.
Oh, I'm
You
sorry.
forgot to ask me
Wait,
where it is.
where is it?
I had to
Benjamin?
direct you to the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Fashioned Sticky Bun Lip Balm Sauce. I'll stick your lips up real good.
Facebook
Oh, how about
messages-
donut?
Yeah, those exist. My kids have had them before.
Donut lip balm?
Yeah.
All
So
right.
I have rules about what lip balms I'm allowed to get, according to my wife.
Oh.
Because like she's convinced that some lip balms make your lips worse. So like I
Well,
have
they
to,
might dry them out.
yeah, I have to get like the medical
Yeah,
version.
that's the one she's got me on. Lip Medic. It's that little round blue one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I use.
Yeah.
She said that's a good one.
Oh, see, I went
My
to
doctor told me to use that.
I went to go get Burt's Bees at Wegmans the other day to take to the game.
Yeah.
Because my face was gonna be all dried out, as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
And she made me get like the medicine one, which makes you
Yeah.
feel like an old man.
No,
Yeah.
but it works.
No,
yeah,
but it's not
you
fun.
got to trust her
know,
because
I'm
they
gonna.
would, yeah.
Well, you want some young, hippie lip balm
I don't
that
know,
came out
it's-
of a bee's
Well,
butt?
he just doesn't want to look like he's trying too hard.
Exactly, and like every guy I've seen use that chapstick has like a bandage on their arm for reasons that they can't describe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's take one call before we move on. Joe's got the last word. Hey, Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I think I see what's going on here with the Hidden Valley lipstick.
What's that?
I think Blue Cheese has kind of cornered the market with the buffalo wings, and I think they're trying to get everybody to start thinking that ranch is the way to go with them.
Oh, that's a
Keeping
good
it
call.
top of mind.
That's a good call, Joe.
Ranch dipping?
Yeah,
You're now going to crave ranch, not blue cheese.
I'm still going blue cheese.
Okay.
I'm still going Blue Cheese.
Attaboy. Joe, thanks for the call, buddy.
Have a good day,
Have a
guys.
good rest of the day. There goes Blue
Conspiracy.
Cheese Joe. Would you do blue cheese lip balm?
I think it's just I don't want to.
Walking around with cheese lips?
Yeah.
Cheese and lips up
I
good.
just, again, I'd want to smell it. I don't know if I'd want to wear it.
Okay. All right.
Can you imagine going out with some chick, all of a sudden she smells like blue cheese in her mouth?
I just got aroused sexually.
Really?
You wouldn't?
No.
Yeah. Where the blue cheese mouth ladies at?
Tommy would be like, how many calories are in that chapstick?
There's lots of blue cheese to be had yesterday in Orchard Park.
Oh, yeah.
And the game did not end the way we wanted to. Look, we're not going to do a post-game recap with an expert. Nobody wants to hear that. I'm not going to listen to any sports coverage for the next week. However, It was a star-studded event at Highmark Stadium, and we know who the headliner was.
Yeah.
But there were a bunch of surprises, people
Wow.
we didn't expect to come out, who all made a spectacle of themselves. In fact, there are 3 people that I want to set aside from all of the celebrities that were at that Bills game last night. And if you had the opportunity to watch the game with one of them, which one are you choosing?
Okay.
And we'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The game didn't turn out the way any of us wanted last night, but it was by far the most interesting night for the crowd in stadium history.
Yeah.
Because, Tommy, everywhere you looked, there was someone you didn't expect to see.
It was like Hollywood.
Bro, it kind of was. So much so, in fact, that even some beloved Bills celebrities, with all of the star power wandering around, just blended right into the crowd.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 9:25, 9:30, there's a woman from the east side who is just a few steps away from not only a massive cash prize, but a fantastic title for the rest of her life.
Really?
And Kimmy says this is more of a curse than a blessing.
I think it could be moving forward.
She's going to hit.
Well, even if
I think
she hits.
based on expectations now.
Yeah. It is weird how we expect people that are good at this to just do
Oh
it
yeah,
for us.
come on, do it, and do your best. I don't care how long it takes.
We'll tell you what we're talking about just after 9:25, 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So normally on a post-game Monday, this is where we talk to our, Bills expert.
Yeah.
But I know we're all hurting, and nobody wants to re-break down that game and yell at each other. And on top of that, outside of what happened on the field, it was one of the most unique evenings in the history of that stadium.
Wow.
So we were pretty sure coming into the game there would be one major star in attendance, and Taylor Swift showed up.
Number one.
So they had to bend over backwards to get her in. Help me out, because I was at the
That
game.
had to hurt.
Go ahead.
I saw a video of her going into her suite.
Yeah.
Did they drive her right into the stadium?
They drove. It looked like that they drove the car in through somewhere, but it was driving around where people were walking.
Okay.
So yeah, it looked like they drove her in, dropped her right off at whatever entrance she went into.
Was she put in the stadium before anyone else was allowed in the stadium?
That's your theory.
No, there
right?
were fans in there.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because she walked past. I guess I don't know exactly where it was, but
Okay.
there were fans that kind of were surrounding where she was walking in, and it looked like they were in already.
Well, here's why I ask.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
we started walking in an hour and 15 before the game, and it was already dark.
Mm-hmm.
And the video of her going in, it's bright sunshine out.
Oh.
So did she have to go into that game 3.5 hours before kickoff?
I don't know, because I was following it on Twitter, and all the reporters that were there were posting around the same time, and it would have been after the gates had already opened.
Did she have to wait until after everybody left that stadium to leave?
That's what I would. That's
Because they
my,
knew where she was at that
That
point.
was my thought, more so than how's she gonna get in, how's she gonna get out when this is all said and done.
You live in the suites now.
Yeah.
But she wasn't the only star, Tommy, even in her own suite.
Really?
Travis Kelce's brother, Jason Kelce, recently retired Eagles center.
He's a big star right
He's
now.
in there shirtless.
Yep, not wearing a shirt, jumping into the crowd, slamming beers. You had Jim Nantz and Tony Romo in the house.
Yeah.
Then came the Western New York celebrities. Bruce Smith came all the way back to lead the charge to start the game. He looks great, man.
Yeah.
He's like your age, and I look at you every day, and dear God.
I feel like you would have been jealous of his jacket last night.
He's a very shiny jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he was out walking around taking pics with fans, chatting everybody up.
Yeah.
And the biggest surprise of the evening, the man, the myth, the legend, Ryan effing Fitzpatrick.
Flying under the radar.
Kimmy, I could not
Just
believe
a guy
it. Okay.
in the
He was
crowd.
sitting in the stands.
He did not have a suite. They didn't put him up in the club level. He was sitting 10 rows
Got those
behind me
Really?
with his family just hanging out. I'm going up to take a leak in the first quarter, and I
There he
stopped.
is.
In true Buffalo form.
Yeah, and I go, hey. He goes, hey. And we just started shooting the crap, and he's
And
talking.
people weren't bothering him?
No, everyone was just like, he was just having a conversation with everyone. We took a picture together, and then we went back about our business.
He's another guy that's all over TV now.
Bro, but he was like we've met him a couple of times, and he's always super cool.
He hangs around Buffalo a lot.
I didn't think he was sit with everybody
Yeah.
for these
Yeah.
poor kids. They're exhausted.
he
His
was
little
in the-
girls, they're like curled up in the seats next to him, falling asleep. It was
He
adorable.
was in the crowd last year,
He
wasn't
was
he?
in the club section.
Was he?
And
Oh,
he took
okay,
his
I thought he
shirt
was
off,
just
right?
in because it looked like he was surrounded by the fans in the stands. I thought he was in just a different section.
Everywhere you look, there was
Yeah.
someone famous, whether you were a
Pretty
football
cool.
fan, whether you were a pop culture person.
Yeah, I was also wondering because Josh Allen dating Haley Steinfeld, and I know that she's been 2 games, but they never show her. So I was wondering if she was
She's not
there
a big
too.
enough star.
Yeah, but she's still a big star. When Taylor Swift's not there.
I don't think she sits in the front of the suite because she sits with his parents.
Oh.
You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
I know
think
But that,
she's-
David, I don't even know what this chick looks like.
Well, because you haven't looked.
Yeah,
No, but they never. To your point, they never show her on the TV.
She's not
Yeah.
the biggest female musician on the planet, so how am I supposed to know what she looks like?
But even like Mahomes' old lady, I see her all
yeah,
the time.
she's hanging off of Taylor
Yeah.
Swift now,
Right,
trying
but
to get
even
all these
before
attention.
that, I know what Kelsey's mother looks like.
By the way, how bad does Mahomes feel about himself right now? You married your high school sweetheart, and your buddy and teammate is going to be engaged to the biggest superstar on the planet.
Yeah.
Hey, you played that hand wrong, bro. Sweet fish tank in your house, though. All right, let me ask you a question.
Right.
So let's take 3 of the biggest stars that were in that building last night. We'll take Taylor Swift, we'll take Tony Romo, and we'll take Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Oh, okay.
Peppa Pig.
I forgot Peppa Pig was also there.
Big news.
Peppa Pig. That was the stupidest effing thing that Peppa Pig walking around. Okay. So you got T Swift, Tony Romo, Ryan Fitzpatrick. All 3 of them bring their own unique flavor to your game watching experience. All of them would have positives and negatives to hang out with. Of those 3, Taylor Swift, Tony Romo, Ryan Fitzpatrick, who would you rather watch the game with last night? 252 WCMF.
That's a tough one because you could find all 3 of them annoying in different ways.
That's not the way I was thinking about it.
No, but you could like them, but I could also
annoying?
see you could see them annoying you too.
Okay, how so?
Because like
you wouldn't be afraid that you annoyed them.
But who cares? I'm a nobody.
All right.
I just assume I annoy everybody.
No, you nailed that.
Like Taylor Swift would annoy you because she's just too over the top, right? When you're watching the game.
Is she over the top?
I don't know. I mean, they
they're
show her when
doing
she's
handshakes
celebrating.
and high fives, and she's
You mean
all
like
over
watching
the
a
place.
football game? I was doing the same thing with my brother, and I don't have number 1
Hey,
album.
you're super annoying. Tony Romo wouldn't shut up about the game. He would be too nitpicky about stuff.
Okay.
Right? Because he's an announcer. It's what he does.
Sure.
I would have to say it's Fitzpatrick.
You'd want to watch with Fitzy.
Yeah. I guess he's the most down-to-earth guy. He looks like he drinks based on his outfits and the lack of outfit. I would have to say it's Fitzpatrick.
Okay. But you don't even
He's
like...
the least annoying of those 3
So
people.
you're not going based...
No, because he's going to be the biggest fan.
Yeah, she's right.
And that
he took
would
his
annoy
shirt
you.
off.
I'm fine with that.
All right.
Is that what you're
I could
looking
sit with
forward
a
to?
shirtless guy and have a drink.
That is so
I'm
weird
surprised
that you
you
went
picked
negative
him.
before positive.
Yeah.
Like,
Have you met me?
no, but I'm just saying,
How
like,
I work.
it would be such a unique experience with all 3
Yes,
of
it
them,
would be.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to think of the positives before I'm thinking of... I don't think any of them are going to annoy me.
Everybody can annoy everybody.
Bro,
Everybody's got stuff.
If you are sitting next to somebody who is so famous that you're just like, whoa.
She's too famous. She is. She's too famous,
You are
bro.
such a hipster douchebag right now. She's too
your
famous
point-
for me, man.
to your
I
point,
love
she
beauty,
would
man.
You
See,
would
you're
be
annoying.
if you met Taylor. If you were standing in the same room as somebody that's as big of a celebrity as Taylor Swift, you would almost just freeze.
Yes.
Like I wouldn't know what to say. Like I would want to be in that room, but that's about the extent of my interaction because I wouldn't know what to talk about.
Okay, let's put it this way. Let's say
I don't want to look like too big of a fan.
Taylor, you're awesome.
Yeah.
You want some of my blue cheese lip balm?
in this scenario, whoever you're watching the game with, whether it's Taylor Swift, Tony Romo, or Ryan Fitzpatrick, they sit you down. Hey, nice to meet you. We're going to watch the game. Like they're kind to you up front. They are giving you the invitation to be interactive with them. So, Kimmy, Taylor Swift, Tony Romo, Ryan Fitzpatrick, all at the game last night. Who are you watching the game with?
I'm automatically eliminating Tony Romo because anybody who's ever sat next to somebody who likes to call every play before it happens knows how annoying that can be. So sure, it'd be awesome to meet Tony Romo, but I don't know if I want to watch a game with Tony Romo. So he's out. So I'm going to take the biggest celebrity, which is going to be Taylor Swift, just because nobody's ever going to be able to top that story.
Okay, so you're doing it just for the story.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because your question is watching the game.
Yeah.
Not because I got to sit next to her.
Well, but it would be, I mean, each one of those things would present its own unique situation. And I understand why most guys listening would think, like you said, Ryan Fitzpatrick, because who doesn't love Fitz, right? And Tony Romo, because, he's a legend and he's going to have insight that you don't have. But even past the celebrity part of Taylor Swift, because she is the biggest celebrity, hands down, right? Tony Romo didn't sell out 5 shows in Toronto coming up in November. Wouldn't it be interesting to sit next to the most famous person on the planet and watch her just be a girlfriend?
Yeah.
I mean, that would be unique, but you're not. Yeah. I mean, I would be in awe of just seeing her up close.
But I'm saying, like, there would get to a point where if she's in there and you're all comfortable with each other, she's just going to be cheering for her boyfriend, like every woman at a beer league hockey game on a Tuesday night, right? Or like our girlfriends did when we played high school
But
sports.
I won't see that.
How do you know?
Because I'm staring at like a superstar. That's all I can see.
You're saying you wouldn't see.
No, I would just be. First of all, I would not enjoy the game because I'm going to be staring at this famous person that's in a room with me.
Okay.
Now
you're getting creepy a little bit. Because you didn't say that about Fitz. You didn't say you'd be staring at Fitz, but you keep talking about staring at Taylor Swift. You creep-ass, bitch-ass
I would
creep.
stare. I would look at Ryan Fitzpatrick, but not as long. A little less.
You made it worse.
Huh?
Nothing.
What?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Massive celebrities at the Bills game last night. Taylor Swift, Tony Romo, Jim Nance, Bruce Smith, Jason Kelsey, brother of Travis Kelsey. Can we also talk about he takes his shirt off and he jumps out into the crowd?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what reaction he was hoping to get. Because it was a mix. It was a mixed emotion. Like, this is awesome, but also boo because we don't want your brother to win.
Your brother is on the other team, you
But
dumbass.
it was like he wanted to be one of Bills Mafia without rooting for the Bills, which you just can't have.
He was very complimentary of Bills fans, and they do a podcast, those two brothers together, so I'm sure they're going to talk about it then. It was funny what it looked like inside the stadium near that suite versus what you guys saw on television.
Yeah, because we're seeing it up close.
Yeah.
Yes, and like
I can see his nips.
And it made it look like they were able to like go back and forth, and they were like interacting with the crowd and everything. The amount of security that was around that thing in the front. You remember when the protests were happening in D.C. and the White House? They'd line everybody up. That's what it looked like.
So there was a line of like police.
You could see the guys standing in front of the suite. They were all lined up there.
And
on the outside of the suite.
On the outside, and I know there were undercover folks around that area too.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man. If anything happened, God forbid.
100%. No, look, I get it. I understand it. But it's funny how the NFL presents it during game time because you never see the security guards.
I didn't see it at all.
Exactly. But I'm watching it happen, and it looks like the president's up there.
So the one video where Jason Kelsey jumps through the window, you do see one of the security guys initially jump in to react, not realizing who it was at first, because like you did see him flinch a little bit, like, should I let this go? Okay, I think we're okay right now, but he was ready to jump on that.
But like, I wonder what it cost to get her in and out of that stadium yesterday. No exaggeration.
Oh, security and everything.
Well, I mean, the security, the extra time. I mean, that had to be coordinated, right? Like they had to.
They had to rehearse that.
I don't. Right?
No, they did. They probably rehearsed it.
So who plays Taylor Swift?
I don't know. Probably Brandon Bean. He's quite tall. He's handsome.
So it was funny, and I don't know. I just saw, like, again, just people updating videos, pictures on Twitter. But it was funny watching the whole parade of the Taylor Swift Kelsey family coming into the stadium.
Nope.
And then there's one still shot of the Mahomes family on a golf cart getting driven around. They didn't quite get the same treatment, is all I'm saying.
I love it. I love it. Because, I mean, Patrick Mahomes is the bigger star than Travis Kelsey.
He's the biggest star in the league.
Oh, yeah, you can make that argument, right?
Who else is left?
It's got to eat his girlfriend's you-know-what.
Well, that's why she's trying so hard to be besties.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, that woman... Look, man, I try not to, like, legitimately dislike other people for football stuff.
What's her name, Brittany?
Brittany Mahomes. But watching her react with Taylor Swift is just...
hanging off of her.
It's like skin-crawlingly cringy.
So it looks desperate?
It's 100%. She just wants some of that attention. She wants to be best friends with Taylor Swift.
Well, Taylor Swift stole her thunder, right?
Stole what thunder? Your husband plays football.
No, but, like, she was, like, the big celeb when she would go to the stadium, right? She would sit in the suite and everybody loved her?
No, actually, people hated her because there was that
Even
one
in Kansas
mixed
City?
emotions.
Yeah, she's annoying, man.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And which is fine. Like, cheer for your husband, whatever. Fine, just, you don't need to be everywhere all the time. It's unique, too, the way that they're treated compared to the Bills' wives and girlfriends.
What do you mean? Like, by...
okay, let me put it this way.
Well, they had to help clean up after the game.
My seats are a section, like I'm right across the row from me, is where they put all the wags, wives and girlfriends for the Bills, right?
Yeah.
That's where Fitzy was sitting also yesterday. And you can tell because they always have like some little piece of personalized
They'll have like
stuff.
their name on the back.
Yeah, or like last night, all the wives were wearing, it was like a white beanie with like sparkly numbers for their thing. They're just sitting out in the elements.
Right.
Well, and imagine, too, because there's a level of, quote, wags, because there are a group of them that sit in a suite.
Oh.
Because I remember, like,
So you
Josh
saw a
Allen's
schlub
girlfriend
wags.
and a bunch of the other wives were in a suite all last season.
Yeah, you're right.
So I don't know if that changed or what, but there is, like, a certain level, I guess, that makes it to the suite.
Yeah,
and I don't
but-
know where you have to be to get there.
There's a pecking order.
Well, no, but I don't know. Like,
Schlub girl, high-end girl.
I've seen parents and wives of some pretty big stars just sit right next to us, hanging out. Like it's interesting to me. I don't know if it's different in every other NFL stadium. Right?
I mean, maybe
where
Bills have limited space, you know?
You didn't make the cut.
That would
Just look at the draft.
Bro, think about this.
What?
Think about this. Because, like, these guys, they make good money, right? These Bills players,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And they can walk around anywhere in Western New York, and people are going to know who they are. Bills fans are weird about that. Even Tyler Matakevich, when he walks into Wegmans, someone's going to be like, oh, my gosh, Tyler Matakevich.
Yeah.
As that guy, to have to go home to your husband, to your wife or girlfriend and be like, hey, listen, you didn't make the cut for the suite.
Yeah.
How do you have that conversation?
It's got to be brutal. And she's not going to let that go.
But it's not your fault.
I know, but it is your fault because you're the only one here right now. You represent the Bills.
Well, no.
So you'll have to take all that wrath, that wife and girlfriend wrath.
We got a ton of Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF at the Break Room Facebook page. Again, we asked with all the celebrities of the game last night. It was like a Laker game, Tommy. Taylor Swift, Tony Romo, Jason Kelsey, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Bruce Smith. Of these three, Taylor Swift, Tony Romo, Ryan Fitzpatrick, who would you rather watch an entire game with? This comes in from Ryan. Ryan says, I'm picking Tony Romo. He seems like the most knowledgeable about football, and he seems like a guy who likes to laugh. Ryan Fitzpatrick, I feel, would be laughing at me. That's a good point.
Okay. I don't get as... Well, I mean, I don't know what Tony Romo's like, the real Tony Romo.
The real Romo.
But, you know, to me, it's like I'm watching a guy do an act.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Can those guys act? He's a quarterback.
No, but he shows this aw shucks kind of guy, but maybe he's a huge dick. I don't know.
Okay, but there's only one way to find out.
Right. But do you want to find out?
And Tony Romo seems like a guy who could have a really long career in sports broadcasting.
Oh, yeah.
So it could be one of those things where you just know that, like, one day he's going to be
the new Madden,
like the top guy. And
Yeah.
you got to watch a game with him.
Yeah, that'd be
It's
cool.
pretty cool.
Dan writes us on Facebook, I'm going with Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's a Bills legend. He's the nicest of all of them, and he would insist on buying all of the beers. Ooh, do you think he'd buy all the beers?
Look at this guy wanting freebies all of a sudden.
Look, man, he played in the NFL for how many years, and he's got that Amazon job. The guy's making money.
Oh, yeah.
All right, can I ask you a question? Because, look, I was seeing Fitz there in the crowd was super cool. He was super duper nice to me.
Yeah.
And I was very close to offering to buy him a beer, like as a thank you, and I didn't because I thought that would make me seem like a weirdo.
Yeah. Well, he probably gets that all night. I would guess like everybody's offering to get him one. And then does he also feel like he owes you one after that?
Well, that'd be awesome. Now,
I'm guessing that you're done.
I'm hanging out with more. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, if you were with me and I offered to buy Ryan Fitzpatrick a beer, would you have made fun of me?
Yes.
Why?
Because he doesn't need your beer money.
Well, so no
And
guy.
I think Kimmy's point, like, there's nothing you can do for this guy.
Buy him a beer.
But he doesn't need a beer. He doesn't even probably want to be around you.
Wants a beer.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because now does he feel like he has to talk to you because you bought him a beer?
Well, that's why I'm buying you the beer, so you
Right,
have to talk to me.
And there's a risk of him not talking to you after you bought him the beer and he just waves you off.
I bought you that beer, man. Now we got to talk.
Because he could have the attitude, it was an honor for you to buy me a beer. Like, you got to buy me a beer.
What kind of feel
So now go away.
Okay, all right.
He's going to treat you like a peasant.
No, Ryan Fitzpatrick is not that guy. He's the opposite of that guy.
I don't want to find out. Again, I don't want to find out. I think you never want to meet your celebrities because you never know if they're going to be dicks.
I gave him hand warmers. That's pretty cool.
Is that what they call it now? Was that over the belt or under the belt?
You don't want to know how far I'd go for that, man. That's how
Oh,
much
I
I
know
love
how far
Ryan
you'd go.
Fitzpatrick. Shut up.
What if it wasn't Ryan Fitzpatrick? Because that picture you posted,
Oh,
it took me a
God.
second to think, like, I mean, that looks like Fitz, but he's got a lot of layers on. He's
But
got
he
a
looks
pretty
like a-
hefty beard. That could just be a guy that looks like Ryan
Yeah.
Fitzpatrick.
Because he just looks like a big, happy guy.
He looks like 80% of the men in that stadium.
Yeah.
That's what was so funny about it is, you're right. He just blended.
Yeah.
Right.
He just blended.
Yeah,
I mean,
he
you know,
dresses regular guy.
and his kid, like, yeah, then, like the kids weren't like all in like fancy
Yeah.
stuff. The
Yeah.
wife
Everybody's
wasn't
all
like,
bundled up.
everyone's just
Yeah.
hanging out. I mean, look, it warms my heart. Like
Yeah.
for all of the heartbreak that happened last night, it warmed my heart that this man, who we love forever, not only has come back to Buffalo, a city he was not tied to, right, at all,
Yeah.
but he does it as a regular person.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
All right,
Regular guy.
With that being said, let's take a break. There is a local woman who is just a little while away from a massive cash prize and a more impressive title.
Really?
And she wants this bad. But someone in this room is here to argue if she wins this title, it's only going to make her life harder. Because we have expectations of people like this.
Yeah, I think so.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There's a woman from the east side that is just a little while away from both fame and fortune.
Really?
And we are cheering for this woman. And the skill that she has, it's a great skill to have.
Must be quite unique.
Well, it's not
You're going to
actually.
impress a room with that skill.
What's that?
You're going to impress a room with that skill.
Okay, let's put it this way. Everybody thinks they can do it well. Very few people can do it well.
To this level.
You got it. And we are pulling for this woman hard. However, Kimmy is here to argue that
a blessing and a curse.
this will be more of a curse than a blessing if this woman. I mean, we're already at that point now that everybody knows, Kimmy.
Yeah.
You're hanging out at the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Pauline Wilcox lives out in Fairport. And Pauline knows her way around a kitchen.
All right.
And she likes to bake.
Oh.
She saw a national competition being advertised on Facebook. You had to apply and be accepted. The Greatest Baker competition.
Oh.
Who's the cake boss? It's run by that guy. Remember that show, The Cake Boss?
Yeah. So she's on TV?
No, this is strictly an online competition.
All right.
But the winner not only is named the Greatest Baker, you get $10,000 straight cash home.
Nice.
Straight cash. Well, over the weekend, she has made it all the way to the semifinals.
Damn.
Leaving bakers from across America in her dust.
That they use flour.
What's that?
Yeah, I think they use flour.
Okay. Boo. I was the one that was up all night. What's your excuse? The $10,000 cash, if she wins, she says she will use to invest in a commercial kitchen. And she seems like a woman who, would you say 50s? Not to be rude. I'm saying like this would be like one of those like late in life follow a dream kind of things.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Which makes it even more romantic. So this woman telling me she doesn't want to just blow this money on a vacation. She wants to invest it in herself and continue to do this. It's a great story.
It is.
Right? Mm-hmm. Until Kimmy gets a hold of it.
Kimmy said.
It's a great story, but I'm thinking like I know people that are good at baking where when they show up somewhere, like the expectations for whatever they bring are very high.
Yeah.
I can't imagine if you're like cooking show good at baking where people's expectations are going to be, because every time you show up to somewhere, get together, everybody's going to think you're going to come with your best stuff.
It's got to be a home run every time.
Yes. Like you never again can you say like, I didn't have time. I had to pick up these cookies last minute. Like you can never buy something prepackaged to bring somewhere again. You're going to have to put all your effort and time into impressing a room.
And it goes further than that.
What's that?
When someone's a good baker, everyone expects them to just bake whatever they want all the time.
Surprise me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whether it's your spouse, whether it's your kids, whether it's your neighbors, whether it's your family, whatever.
Cookies on demand.
Exactly. And look, like baking is science.
And it's hard.
And it takes time.
Yeah.
And it's messy. Right? So like it's awesome that this woman is on the verge of being named the greatest baker. It sucks because she won't be able to be anonymous with any because there's people that didn't know she did this, I'm sure, right? But now that they do, if she's got a job, guess who's got to bring stuff in? And if she's got a neighbor, guess who's expecting some cookies?
And you're going to get everybody now is going to all of a sudden turn into like a food critic because, like I said, the expectations are so high that they're going to be dicks when it doesn't live up to what they think it should be.
Okay, you can't be a dick to the woman's face if she makes you
I tried it. Not bad.
So
okay, I take it back. He would absolutely say that.
Yes, he would.
So the other problem is people would ask you to make them stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Birthday cakes, wedding cakes, retirement cakes. Like you would be there and they wouldn't want to pay you for it.
Yeah.
Well, you love doing it. You do such a good job. Everybody loves it. Like you would be constantly bombarded with cake dicks.
Oh, yeah.
And you might have to make some of those. We've seen that.
Well, you remember in the late 80s, early 90s, that craze swept every mom in America where everyone started making like designer cakes?
Yeah, we had a friend that was trying to do a business with it.
Yeah, okay, my mom decided to try and do
Shapes.
it. It was not good. Yeah.
By the way,
Cakes and shapes.
But like the amount of money they would spend to make that crap.
Yeah.
Bro, we had all these molds in our basement, right?
Yeah.
And it never looked like Elmo. It looked like it was just like a lump of red. And like the face on it. It looked
like Elmo's mother's smoke.
So this woman, Pauline from Fairport, as part of this competition, according to the story on 13 Wham, has been making a cake a day.
Well, just because she's trying to
perfect it.
Well, no, it's part of the competition.
Oh,
She's
so they have to
supposed
bake
have
every
on
day and
social media.
submit it?
I don't know what the
Damn.
rules are here.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a vague story. But what do you do with a cake a day? You don't know enough people.
That adds to it too, though, because you're probably throughout this competition, you've probably just brought in your leftover stuff or gave it to somebody. So again, to your point earlier, Tommy, people are going to think, well, she just gives it out for free, so I'm going to put in my request.
So she's in third place right now. If you want to vote for her, you can go to thegreatestbaker.com and find her there to push her forward. I mean, $10,000, that's a lot of money.
Hopefully she can open up a shop.
See, that's also a dangerous game.
Right.
Well, because it goes back to what we were talking about, right? Like, if you open up a shop, sure, there's people in Rochester that'll come and they'll pay for stuff, but...
There's no guarantee.
Well, that's not what I mean. I'm sure she'll be successful. What I'm getting at is I grew up in Gates, right? So every bakery was a family bakery.
Yeah.
And every Italian knows every other Italian, right? So, like, the amount of people that would walk in these bakeries and just expect something for free because, I grew up with your cousin or I know your sister or,
The mooches. All the mooches show
Exactly.
up.
I took your son to prom. Like, I don't know how any of these bakeries ever made any money.
Yeah, because all the glamours show up.
And then that's not including, the people that you hire, the teenage kids that are just sending stuff out the door for free. Like, I never paid for a sub for like 5 years when I was in high school. Just keep it coming, man. Come on, put more meat on the bread. More meat on the bread. Is a woman that can bake still something that single men look for?
It's unique. I mean, not a lot of people have cooking skills anymore.
I'm not.
Baking's different than cooking.
Oh, true.
Yeah, I know some people that are good. I know some people are good at both, but sometimes it's either one or the other.
That's an old lady skill, though. Because my mother could bake.
Yeah, your old mother could also knob your dad. That's not an old lady skill. Just because old ladies can do it doesn't make it an old lady skill. Look, we talked about during COVID about how a whole bunch of folks in the younger generation, when they were locked down, decided they were going to give this a try. Remember, everyone was making their own bread for a little while, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure there are.
So you think that would be something that would close the deal?
I'm asking. Like obviously, if you met a woman who was a really good baker, that's a huge plus. Is it something men seek out? Because there was a time. Well, Tommy, there was a time in this country where men seeked out women who knew how to cook.
Well, yeah, because the options were different. That's how you ate. You have McDonald's.
That's what I mean.
I guess how important would baked goods be to you?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
It's not important until you've had good baked goods and had them taken away.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's fair.
Like if there was always baked goods in a house and you're a fat guy, that's a dream come true.
Yeah.
Like if you have
But
access
if you're somebody
to pie.
trying to eat healthy.
No, but let's say you're not.
Yeah.
Let's say you're just a regular person. You can get pie every day. Every day, every night for dessert, fresh pie.
Bro, like just
and I'm talking all types of fresh pie.
She's going to be tired from baking all day, man. She's not going to want to. Would you?
She's just going to lay there.
All right. What percentage of men?
Wow, so romantic.
Seriously. And by the way, you let him blow by what he said before.
What did I say before?
What did you? Oh, God, I forgot now.
Oh, lady skill?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I don't know.
What percentage of men would want baked goods over sex? Like, okay, let's say you got
pie or
sex.
Yeah.
What percentage of men are taking pie?
Older guys probably take the pie.
You think so?
Yeah. Pie and coffee, yeah.
But the older you get, the more the closer. Okay.
They probably can't,
what?
get it going every day for the sex, but every guy can get it going for fresh pie.
Going every day for the sex.
You're
every
saying
day.
you get more excited for pie than sex.
And as an older person, probably. Yeah.
Okay. I wonder if that gets incorporated into the bedroom at all for folks that know how to bake.
Are you bringing the baked goods in?
Well, no, in all seriousness.
Seems like it'd get quite sticky.
Yeah, it can.
Wait, like rubbing baked goods on you?
Well, I mean, just, put it in a specific place where you have to eat it until it's all gone. Can you get a yeast infection that way, like a literal yeast infection?
That's how you get it.
Have you guys ever done the food sex thing combined?
No.
I don't want to clean up after.
Yeah, well, I did.
I don't want to have to do laundry after.
That's how. Yeah. Who would do that?
Okay.
Like it depends on what you use. Because if you're using like something chocolate, like that's gonna be a mess.
You got to make sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, people are into it.
Well, like whipped cream or something.
Stuff like that. People use ice cream.
Ice cream looks really uncomfortable.
Yeah, but it's delicious.
It is, but it's cold.
Yeah, I think that's part of the draw. Like there's some people that are into that.
All right.
You've seen ice cubes before. I mean, that's not food, but I would say ice cream has the same thing. That reminds me, I got Klondike bars in the fridge I got to eat. When I was, I told you that story when I turned 18. We went to Show World, me and my buddies, and I decided to get like a chest of like pleasure things.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like
like
I thought,
edible stuff.
Well, like everything.
Okay.
My idea was now that I'm 18 and I can go do this, I'm gonna get like this box of just like dirty sex stuff. So like when I met
have it
women,
on call.
yeah, I like whip out this box and be like, check out my pleasure
Check out my
chest.
dirty sex stuff.
Yes, and I would be like,
Every guy wants to see that.
And they would, all the women would be like, "Oh my God, you're like so, mature, and
Yeah.
like, you're gonna give it to me so good." And it obviously backfired horrifically. But I remember,
Especially on the backfire. That thing's dangerous.
Tommy, there was this edible cherry lube that I got, and like this girl that I was with at the time was like, "We should try this out," and I don't know if it was the lube.
Didn't your buddy
You
say
get a
it
stomach
tingled?
ache? Like I don't
Give
think you're
her a
supposed to.
tummy ache.
Well,
Oh man, I have a belly full of
I
lube.
don't think you're supposed to ingest that much of it.
No.
Like it is edible, but you're not supposed to just
Right.
straight up eat it.
She wasn't the one using it,
Yeah.
so like, I felt like garbage. Like I
Yeah.
started doing my thing,
Yeah.
right? And I was like, "Oh, this doesn't feel good." But like, once you start doing that, you can't
Yeah,
stop doing
true.
that, right? So like, I'm fully committed with, as Kimmy put it, a tummy ache,
Of,
right?
Of lube.
Yeah, like, but I'm just like
God.
ingesting all of this cherry lube. Like,
Yeah. It kind of takes away from this. I always think that stuff takes away from sex.
well, I figured out at that point, yes.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
the hard way. I learned the
yeah.
hard way. Really, really, really the hard way. But I mean, if they sell it, people must buy it.
I know.
There must be people that are into it.
Yeah.
Who are these
These
people?
people.
Oh God, I'm getting the taste of my mouth again. And here's the thing: to this day, I don't know if it was the girl or the lube that made it bad.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because one could spoil the other.
Yeah, we'll never know.
One could taint the other taint.
For God's sakes,
What?
you know what you did.
Oh.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. It's going to be a wrapperoo.
The old Monday post-game Blue Monday wrapperoo.
Yeah, it's all over. Bills 27-24. We all saw it. But we are now getting in an argument in the break here. By the way, tomorrow's a Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's Kimmy's new segment, right?
What's that called?
We're the celebrities in the neighborhood.
Nope. Kimmy's got a post from the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud, the ones you've been sending her. Remove street names and town references. She's going to read it out loud, and all the folks that can hear us, you, me, everybody.
Yeah.
We're going to listen.
You have to listen.
For the little clues, because you'll be able to hear where this went down. And because we all know all the stereotypes about every town, village, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whine in.
Okay.
We're going to do it just after 9 o'clock. So I was at the game last night. Kimmy, your husband went to the game last night. Okay. So I was complaining. I got back to my house at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I get up at like 2:30.
You gotta be dragging.
So yeah, I walk in the house. We got our washer and dryers like right when you walk in. So I just take everything off, totally naked, climb upstairs. I'm gonna get 90 minutes of sleep, right? And as I climb into bed, my wife, who's out cold, rolls over and goes, "You're not gonna take a shower before you get into bed?"
I'm with her.
You said the same thing to your husband.
Rolled over and said the exact same thing to my husband because I could smell him before he even entered the room.
Don't you like that bonfire smell?
No,
Really?
and I don't want to sleep next to it.
Okay.
Earth boy.
Yeah, I mean, it smelled like a mixture of like just bonfire and sweat. And it smelled like, I don't know. It was just not pleasant. And I'm like, don't you want to rinse off?
I can't get into a bed unless I'm clean.
Yeah, but you're a serial killer.
I'm kind of, but you
but
sleep
you wanna
there.
be
Like, don't you?
clean.
Yeah, don't you want to be like at least just rinse?
Yeah,
just rinse away the filth.
Okay,
of the
if
day.
I get in the shower, I'm losing 15 minutes, and I'm not going to fall right asleep because I'm going to be awake from the shower.
But I can't. I couldn't
relaxes
sleep
me.
grimy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, that would keep me up. But like a nice soothing shower before I get into bed, that would relax me. Because if I've been sitting in the car like you've been on your feet all day. I'm tired. It's almost like a spa treatment.
Yeah.
Okay.
It makes me more tired.
Okay. I was the same day hangover had kicked in. My body was beat to hell.
Yeah.
I was angry.
And this would all help.
I was my tummy had all kinds of. I had a big piece of cookie cake when I got home on top of all the beer I had drank. That was not good. I just wanted to lay down.
I know.
I just wanted to sleep and get as much sleep as possible, knowing that I was going to have to drag my ass through the show today. And how do you take a shower? You're defending that.
I did the same thing.
Let
I'm
the
with
poor
your wife
man
on this one.
sleep.
Yeah, but how can you
but now
sleep when
I
you
can't
reek?
sleep. Right, I can't sleep now because you smell so bad.
Yeah, you're sleeping on a landfill.
I don't want to know what the inside of my brother's car smells like. He drove us up yesterday.
It smells like what you smelled like.
Well, that
Three
ass.
big ass guys sweating and jackassing around. You smell like you've been jackassing around all
The
day.
jackass smell it.
Yeah, there's a smell to jackassing. It's ass. Jack.
Shut up.
Jack.
Shut up. Can I also say my wife made me wear wool pants yesterday, too?
Wait, made you?
Yeah.
Wait.
What do you mean? Like because she was afraid you were going to get cold?
Yeah. So my wife.
Be itchy.
She dressed you?
Yeah, she did.
For the game?
So I've been going to these games since I was 4 years old. My dad's had season tickets since '88, right? Yeah. I've done this a billion times.
Yeah, but now somebody's finally taking care of you.
Well, bro,
your parents were like checked out.
I know how to keep warm. My wife has these pants. They're wool. And they're like knit wool pants.
Wow.
And they are the stupidest looking things you've ever seen. She'll just wear them out. And she looks like she's collecting cans. Straight up.
Yeah, but if they're keeping you warm.
So she has like a big old baggy pair that she made me wear underneath my Bills Zubaz overalls to the game yesterday.
Yeah.
Like an idiot. And I think I might have peed my pants a little bit while I was drunk. So.
Those have to smell good. Let's get you to bed.
And you wanted to get into bed without showering.
And I did. And I went to bed for 90 minutes.
So you
must have smelled like
and your pee
urine.
pants.
Yeah, urine, bonfire, beer.
B.O.
Not good.
Food.
Not good. All right. We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who is a terrible wife who won't let her husband just rest after a long day.
I slept nicely after he jumped in the shower for 10 minutes.
He actually got in the shower.
Yeah.
You shower shamed him?
I did.
Good.
I did.
I would march his ass in there too. Scrub up.
You want to help him?
If that's what he needs.
For Tommy Muley, who, if there are any other firefighters listening that are shirtless in calendars and need a scrub buddy, he can help you out.
Proud to serve.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.